I wanna come and give me kissing. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mr. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Really trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it and it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mr. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mr. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting, like I bang choppers, boy I slang limos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game, like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing, I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hear that it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen the same, the toilet, the plumbing, I still come to smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going, you been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Stop us now. 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 Stop us now.
I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, yeah. Never gonna stop, baby, can't bring me down. To the top, on and on and never stopping till we succeed. We keep climbing up the ladder. Can't bring me down. To the top I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, To the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top.
to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom, and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop. Born from the bottom, and raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop.
With your arm raised, yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kiss. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Really trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it and it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah. I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is. Putting blood, sweat, and tears. I die for this here, ball for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real though, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real.
been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, but who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us. Boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us. Boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions. We ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog. You watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake. Got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind. They tryna see us. That's imaginary. You done lost your mind. Sleeping on the squad. Don't fit no competition. Hold up. Slept on our greatness long enough. Now we gon' run a score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around. Confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang liners like Steph Curry. They Usain John, and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen, the sink, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come and smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Stop us now. 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 Stop us now.
I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Yeah, never gonna stop, baby. Can't bring me down. To the top, on and never stopping till we succeed. We keep climbing up the ladder. Can't bring me down. To the top I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb. the top I climb. All the way to the top I climb. And I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top.
to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I was born from the bottom, but raised to the top. I'ma keep on climbing, I ain't gon' stop. I was born from the bottom, raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop. Born from the bottom, raised to the top. Born from the bottom, ain't gon' stop. With your arm raised, yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here. The time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here. The time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world, and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Boss lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kisses. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be snipe it, I don't really miss. Really trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in a wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it and it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me mister, yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
You while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. Bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Coming for the top, boy. Who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us. Boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us. Boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions. We ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog. You watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake. Got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind. They tryna see us. That's imaginary. You done lost your mind. Sleeping on the squad. Don't fit no competition. Hold up. Slept on our greatness long enough. Now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around. Confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now. We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jog and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and say his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on a checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen the same. The toilet, the plumbing, I still come to smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Stop us now. 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 Stop us now.
I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb, to the top I climb, all the way to the top I climb, and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine, yeah. Never gonna stop, baby, can't bring me down. To the top, on and never stopping till we succeed. We keep climbing up the ladder, can't bring me down. To the top I climb and I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. I hope you came to win, cause I'm never gonna stop till I cop that ring. To the top I climb. To the top I climb. All the way to the top I climb. And I'm never gonna quit till I get what's mine. Till I get what's mine. Yeah, to the top.
Rogue Warriors can't find anything.
The Nexus is exposed. Puff doesn't have enough mana to see this play through to the end, so they'll defend for now. And IG with a low time 10. Are they going to do it?
Oh, they're going for the back door. In goes Southwind. In goes Puff. What a way to end it all. Just going to find the Mordekaiser once again. 1v1 between the top laners. Chenlun. He's attacking the wrong monkey again. A nice dodge away. Bullet time across the team. Chenlun out of the death realm and into the grave. Now the rest of our LNG going to be backing away from this one. Xiaohu trying to get it. Mink flashes forward, misses everything. Empress Divide from Maple. Betty getting onto the backline in the meantime. He finds 2 for himself. Make it 3 as well. RNG ace LNG.
And just a reminder, you can crit on that.
Oh, Clement, what I care right now is what Numa's going to do. Moonfall there, 3 members. In comes Christopher off as well. Puff flashes back though. Cleanses is still alive. Look at Puff, the new 80 carry. Does enough damage. That's 2, that's 3. Count it with me, ladies and gentlemen. That's Invictus Gaming.
Pups are way ahead.
Yeah, Dredge line, Wink still hitting from the back here. Kingan not really in the fight kind of position. But there's the package right down the middle. Cryin has burnt everybody. Call it now. That's game over. IG saving the turret with the TP coming through. That's a Vayne without ulti, but it's a Shy way too deep. He's looking for Betty. Now might be in a bit of trouble. Flashes away. Good condemn. Cleansed away by Betty as Pup is now joining the play. IG continuing forward. The kick onto two people. RNG trade back, but the Shy now has free access here. RNG get destroyed by this Vayne.
Here, this was beautiful. The turn onto Xiaohu was 100% the correct call here. You can burst out this Kassadin, who hasn't got the fully stacked Rod of Ages. He was only at 7 stacks coming into this fight and had only just finished the Archangel Staff. No Seraph Embrace to try and bring up that shield, and then he turns it. Easy as you like.
Very similar star power in people like Sword Art, people like...
Yeah, that's a flash forward. Angel is ticking down the Ignite, and that is a confident play. What are you doing here? This is so cheeky. Blast Cone and peekaboo. Flash, Nautilus, Ignite, Dredge line, auto attack. Junja gets 1v1 by the support of Vici. And we begin again. 6,000 health. EDG in front, 5,000, 4,000, Junja, the ult's going down, he's deleted. Jungler from EDG is dead. Call the Forge God now to re-engage. Well, look, Xiaohu incoming! It's the Kassadin on top of them. Hope is trying to carry this one though. Can he turn it around for EDG? Ming trying to stop him, but he's free hitting. Look at Hope, look at Hope, look at Hope! He gets him! Xiaohu goes down into GA. Audi lives as well. The death grab, the flank forward. It's Hope and Audi. He's hitting the Orn so damn hard. EDG win the fight, and Hope, welcome to the LPL.
The last Hope play coming out from VG pays off you. Zhao Wei looking for a quadra kill. The damage is going to be there. He has the death cap. Can he finish anyone off though? That's going to be the question. Bombs go on in. Maestro's going to go down. Forge is the next target. The Infernal Drake doing so much work as Zhao Wei making the plays. Zhao Peng is here to support his mid laner as well. iBoy dodges the bombs though.
He's running out of...
Oh, look at him chasing down. Oh my days, the triple kill for Zhao Wei.
I'll watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you'd turn just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I tried to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel the kind of the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
季后赛的战场上，银龙为界，8强对弈。为兵者既闻钟鼓之声，见旌旗之列，何不奋勇向前，尽赴敌场？
班底虽新，配合依旧，过早离场未免无趣。我们的身体里还有无限的能量。
兵棋尽移，卒子过河尽回头。不弃之人，能否重回旧日辉煌？
求胜之路曲折漫长，披荆斩棘，未曾止步。清零过往的事，我们重新出发。
新老更替，临时重组，重炮强弩之下，怎样跨过楚河，直击腹地？
心怀希望，落子无悔。新一代的骑士早已做好洗礼的准备。
马踏斜日，成长总要经历。荆楚少年将碰壁停歇，亦或冲破万难。
尘埃汇聚，才有了发光的机会。别停下，我们的征途才刚刚开始。
居行坦途，前程似海，屡求不得，又该如何为自己证明？
冠军之志，每一步都绝非易事。从不瞻前顾后，大胆的去走我的路。
坐镇中军，慧眼识人方可为帅。辉煌过后，是否也会难做抉择？
诸将未定，时间会给出答案。再度涅槃又何妨？区区汉界，休想困住凤凰。
飞向开局，跨越原野，名列前茅仍有质疑，成为一流还差什么？
相信自己有能力，那么你就真的会有。蜕变过后，正是收获的季节。
将者智信仁勇严也，新生战绩，终点会是何方？
以步之遥，再临巅峰。这一次我们不容有失，落日之时，定会风轻云淡。
Team striving for success here in the LPL as we get ever so close towards our finals. Here in the Spring 2020 playoffs, I'm Hysterix, I'm joined by Lyric, and we now enter the realms of the quarterfinals here. After a great start in round one, Lyric, I think already we've started off with a bit of a bang.
Yeah, I was going to say we've had a lot of exciting moments. Maybe not the most expected results.
Definitely not. If you look towards the bracket here in the LPL, not everything's gone as expected here. We talk about that first day, first round of WE and E-Stars. More on that in a second, because yesterday, RNG for the first time ever, out in the first round.
That's the big surprise. Sure, recently EDG's been performing much better, but even recently, historically, RNG has been the team to always come out on top.
And make miracle runs, make runs starting from quarterfinals, semifinals. Not the case this year as EDG move up to the quarters that will be tomorrow to face FPX. But for today, WE beating E-Star now to verse top esports, the 4th seed. That has been on a bit of a tear recently. Now things get interesting for WE.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test, but even their first round, not a lot of people expected them to come out on top, so just another challenge that they're ready for.
We will break down WE as we go forward. Of course, this is your first time seeing top esports, so we are going to start with the 4th seed here. The 4th seed that recently has been on a bit of a tear, undefeated streak through the regular season. 4th seed in top esports that teams will start to remember from last year. Regional finals in summer where they almost went to Worlds. Top Esports have made some changes here, and so has their playstyle going forward, because Top Esports now, it's that early game domination we've talked about before, with the Divine 3 on your screen leading the way.
No one has been able to chip the armor of Top Esports early game. They're the strongest team in laning phase, with all 3 of their lanes being top 3 in gold difference of 15 minutes, and it's really led by that man in the mid lane, Knight.
The people that we know, or the person rather we know for Top Esports, right? Knight is the savior, but also the most consistent member in Top Esports that carried them through the early part of the split when they were having struggles.
The thing I love is that this man can pull out absolutely any champion to find a lead. He's played the most champions in the league this split at 19, and is just the all reliable that Top Esports have always needed.
And then we get towards the end of the split where Knight is still performing well, Cast is coming into his own, but we find that element that's missing, the piece that the puzzle was really, really needing. Jackie Love comes through with his world champion shot calling.
Before Jackie Love, they couldn't close out despite their early game advantages. And across the board, they've been more diverse in draft. They've had better level 1, stronger team fighting, much greater objective control. Jackie Love has just improved them in every area.
Because it feels like when you're watching Top Esports earlier on in the split, there was not that same level of coordination you'd expect out of a top team. Jackie Love comes in, and then everything comes together so cleanly for Top.
Yeah, and they are actually 6-0 right now. They're undefeated with Jackie Love in this roster with some really impressive wins over teams like E-Star and FPX, so this is a scary team right now.
First came in against V5, I remember, but then going up against these other top teams, and just noting against E-Star and FPX, this was some of the best performance we've seen at Top Esports in the split. I think one of the cleanest performances against teams like FPX as well.
Yeah, and this is where it started to show, sure, they can still perform quite well in the early game, but this is where Jackie Love came in and really shored up a lot of the weaknesses that this roster had.
You have to remember showing experience against FPX is important, because FPX, even though they're on the other side of the bracket, a lot of people expecting Top Esports to make that run, because 4 out of 5 of these players are experienced in playoffs, bar Yu Yuanjia and Chocho, so you have some legends in this team that are starting to cement Top Esports as maybe lower than they seem.
I mean, those names you had already mentioned, right? Yep. Karsa, Knight, and Jackie Love. Had you put those 3 names together last year, that would have been absolutely insane and easily a championship contender.
Some of the best in their role, no doubt, including 369 there as well, who's the 4th member. But moving over to WE, if you missed out on their series against E-Star here, there was some new improvements. Not only there was diversity in the champions that were played in the draft, that we complimented WE for their unique style, but people like Joe Mung in the bottom lane, who had a pretty rough split, really stepped up to the plate.
That's the big thing that happened this series for me, was Joe Mung in these team fights looked massive, still being the main damage dealer for this team. And as you see on your screen right now, 1 pentakill getting his career first was amazing to watch.
It was really, really good, and I think Joe Mung showed us that he can step up to the plate in this team that is also filled with rising stars like Teacher Ma, and we've also got the likes of missing Beisheng, who were in playoffs last year. But for Joe Mung as well, he got to the point in Game 4 where he found the duo solo, or the duo kill, in the lane, which we never expected.
Yeah, great stuff from him and Missing, but going back to the overall improvement we saw from WE, it really is that they showed new dimensions in draft, and with their playstyle, Beisheng being able to pick up champions like the Trundle, Morgan going back to the set, it really unlocks so many more options for this team in game.
I just love the champion diversity. If you're going on that point, for WE throughout the regular season, it was picks like the Aurelian Soul returning to the Galio with Predator in the mid lane that seems to catch these teams off guard.
Well, and that's what's great about it, is they were able to go back to it, and it actually confused E-Star with, hey, what do we ban? Do we ban out the priority picks that they show that they can now play, or do we have to ban out the pocket picks? And it gave them a huge advantage in this series.
And that alone wouldn't be enough to work, right? But it's the coordination through team fighting. It's the communication that WE just seem to have.
Yeah, they just play very well as a team, and they have a good system in place, playing around their mid-jungle synergy especially.
Yeah, just a reminder to everyone, if you didn't see WE versus E-Star, the identity we're going with in this team, as Joe mentioned, as Munchables mentioned, he's calling it like the bro squad, right? On the Chinese side, they're calling it champions or compositions that flow with the wind. All about Teacher Ma enabling the rest of the map through his interesting picks.
It's all about the early game for them and finding a numbers advantage with these champions that can move from the mid lane first. Pantheon, Galio, Asol, that's the name of the game.
That's why the miracle run's already started. For WE, 8th seed in spring again here in the LPL is making that run. Sure, it's only the quarterfinals against Top Esports, but this is where it all begins. The expectations for WE is that 8th seed, someone else had a dream. and said that this team is going to be soaring up.
Well, and this is what started happening last year, right? With JDG getting all the way to finals. And even going back to the previous year, not the 8th seed, but a round 1 start from RNG leading all the way to victory. So WE really looking for the same thing.
I mean, this team being unique, right? It's 8th seed dream that is now very possible. If they can beat top esports here, that would be, you know, more than a dream. That would be, I guess, a prophecy from whoever had that one there. But we move forward because into this series, we talk about expectations, and it seems to me that a lot of people are looking towards top esports to have that performance.
Well, let's be honest, top esports are a heavy favorite just across the board, man for man. They out-experience WE and just much better players overall.
I agree with that, but as we bring up predictions, let me just say one thing. As everyone across the board has gone for top esports, I say that WE did it against eStar, so the possibility's definitely there, even though top esports look like another caliber.
The thing is, WE do have a fighting chance, right? When we saw them against eStar, we didn't think it was possible, but they had done it. They did win in the regular season. But overall, this top esports team with Jackie Love is a whole new beast.
I mean, Divine 3 just sells it so well, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have Karsa, who's an MSI champion. We have Knight, who is the best player not to go to Worlds. We have Jackie Love, who is a world champion from 2018 and a world semi-finalist last year on IG. As we return you to the top esports headquarters in style, let's not forget what top esports are looking forward to here. They're looking forward to beating WE and moving up in the bracket to then face IG, which in the past has been, I guess, their closest similarity in a team in a very simple way.
Yeah, it really has been even their kryptonite over the past few years, meeting them a few times. And it would also be a really cool match for Jackie Love to go up against his former team. But we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves right now. Let's talk about these young, inexperienced upcomers, again, taking down eStar. Now, can you imagine Teachermon Jomung wouldn't have imagined themselves in this position last year?
It's a much harder matchup, right? We go into game number 1, we look at the solo lanes, it's Teachermon versus Knight. It's Jackie Love versus Jomung. So they got their work cut out for them, but we'll see how we go going into game 1 as we run into pick ban, something that always is banned on the red side in the LPL. Is that Callista, but not here in the first one.
We actually haven't seen Jackie Love pick it up yet in any of the games he's played, but has been spamming that pick in solo queue, and of course is just a champion that Jackie Love, of course, can play.
Also remember that 369 has this really wide pool, and if anyone's related to the Shy, it is 369.
Yeah, but going over to the other side, this is where WE start feeling good, being able to get their hands on that Thresh, which is a missing special. But moving over to the other side, you should expect for top esports to be able to take that Taric and still have a pretty fine time in the lane.
80% win rate, 10 games played here for Missing to be specific as well as, okay, Morgan's Renekton feels good as well.
Yep, just a very standard first rotation coming out from WE, sets up playmaking potential in their bottom lane and gives a lot of power to Morgan on this top side.
What do you pick now? Because you've already got the... Well, you do have the Taric available.
Yeah, I think right here, if you're top esports, you can just take that Taric. But, of course, don't want to talk about hovers too much, but Blitzcrank does have a good matchup into the Thresh. Would be interesting to see some kind of playmaking there. And the other champion... Ooh! Top esports here, I think you just go for a jungle champion. You already have some priorities banned out, like the Jarvan and the Trundle, so maybe wanting to pick up something like either a Rek'Sai, which has been Karsa's most played, or a Lee Sin would be very nice.
He's also got his Gragas if you want to extend the champion pool there, but it looks like top esports have their eyes on a solo laner early. Maybe pick that jungle in the next rotation.
Yeah, maybe they're just valuing trying to get a good matchup in... Nope, never mind.
Never talk about hovers, ladies and gentlemen. Casting 101. I'm learning as we go. All right, so we get the Olaf instead here for Karsa, which now begs the question whether Beisheng is going to look for the jungle early.
Right now, it would make sense to just pick up that AD carry with... There are still 3 priority champions open, so if you do want to leave that, but getting that Aphelios would feel very good. Jomung has looked amazing on this champion. And if you're Beisheng, right, you have so many things in your arsenal, it feels fine to just leave that for later. You're not afraid of being banned out if you're Beisheng.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that Echo still demands respect from teams across the league, doesn't it? WE in second ban phase, though, they've picked up the Aphelios. They've got their bottom lane, too, so expect these solo laners to really fly across Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and banning out Knight makes sense when you do have a limited champion pool like Teachema. So banning out LeBlanc can always signal something like a Syndra or an Aurelion Sol. The other thing that'd be interesting to see is if WE bans out Knight's Echo. He's only played it once, but that has always been the big counter to Aurelion Sol.
I love that we have Echo mains on both sides, just in different positions, right? Knight being one, Beishang being the other.
That was the champion that kept Knight rank 1 on Korean server for so long, so it really is a Knight special, but instead gonna ban out the Ornn. Of course, Ornn is really strong champion. A lot of teams still considering him OP across the world, just not here in the LPL.
But then we go to the point where, okay, top esports are banning away junglers. There's the Aurelion Sol. Again, Teachema's speciality, as we saw in the earlier replays, means his mid lane has taken a toll of 3. Banning out Teachema was the plan in previous series. Hasn't worked out as we saw against E-Stars, but still choking that pull. Teachema, it's his game 1 Syndra that we're going to see again.
Yeah, so gonna go with that Syndra, and this does open up, once again, something like an Echo that historically is the best matchup into the Syndra. And then it's all about, well, where does 369 want to go with the top lane? You still do have a lot of good blind picks open, like the Aatrox and the Mordekaiser, both weak side top laners, neither faring too well into the Renekton. But if you do go something like the Aatrox, it does open up a strong 1-3-1 playing around side lanes, setting up picks with this Blitzcrank.
But you get your Knight's Echo for now, though. We're going to answer that question for you as well. 369 has a really wide champion pool. Like, he plays almost anything.
Yeah, he does. I mean, they hovered the Kayle, but that's actually something that 369 has played this split. He's picked up things like the GP. He's played the Malphite twice, the Jax. This guy just plays anything. Is going to go with the Kennen, which, you know, is a skill matchup in the Renekton, but I would say it's slightly Kennen favored. So once again, top esports going towards those strong early lanes.
And we get the lease in for Beishang as well to finish it off there. So you can see for WE, we're going back to that draft of, okay, we can actually play a little bit more standard here in the LPL. And against top esports, they're the ones who've kind of gone more out of the limits here.
The thing I love about top esports draft is we set them up as, okay, this is a team that really wants to play for early game and winning lane, and they've actually just picked 3 strong laning champions with an Olaf. Yep. So we should expect to see top esports trying to dominate in the early game, trying to invade into Beishang's jungle and look for these advantages.
Something we use a lot, and I know this conversation of IG top esports comparison sometimes differs and spears out, but the thing that always comes and remains the same is win lane, win game, right? For top esports, it's what they've been doing. That's what, since Jackie Love's coming in, seems to be more easier to execute.
Well, and right, it's a good comparison with win lane, win game, but it ends there. After that, top esports do try to bring it together as a team and play for these neutrals, unlike IG, which is great because if you want to be the best team in the world, the best team in LPL, you need to have good teamwork at your core.
Especially when the whole topic about Jackie Love joining this roster is hot news. And Jackie Love as a teamfight ending carry in the past has shown he's a fantastic, I guess, enabler for the rest of his team, if you want to call him that. But Jackie Love coming in, big news story. Top esports now are showing us that they're confident to pick out what they want to pick and run it into WE in game 1. Mr. Lyric, I'm going to take you into this one because WE have already made the run from 8th seed against top esports. Someone dabbed.
Someone
dabbed. Well, what a way to get into quarterfinals, huh? Okay. As I was saying before, for WE, already beating E-Star was a surprise. The 5th seed is down. Now they're up against 4th. They have to do the impossible again. People love watching WE, but for top esports, it's their first playoff series. Here with Jackie Love, Knight, Casa. The Divine 3 with 369, adding that 4th element in. Let's get into our quarterfinals as top esports group is 5.
And I love this because we've already talked about how this team is at such good level 1 since Jackie Love came in. We actually saw them abuse E-Star level 1 in both of their games. They do have this Blitzcrank, so just stacking, maybe expecting a level 1 invade coming in from WE. Ooh, but pings are coming out. Maybe they're going to go for the late invade.
Waiting super patiently here.
You have a Blitzcrank, right?
Yeah. Halo Blades Callista with Electrocute Echo. It means Missing is just going to die if he gets found out. Here they go. Missing in good position to spot this one out to disappear. Now he must. As they keep pushing forward. Blast Cone used as well. Missing on the great escape. I think he'll be fine, but the blue buff committed to, so top esports going to be starting this immediately.
Yeah, so it looks like Karsa is going to look to split the map. He does have the option of trying to 3-buff, but if he does just hold it to a split map scenario, will be very good for Jackie Love and Yuyanja to get this strong early laning phase.
Doesn't mean 369 on a bit of an island then at the start. You can see pings going down, Beishang going straight to blue.
Yeah, and we do see Karsa just staying in WE's jungle, so 369, you have to be very careful of trying to keep the lane in a neutral state, kind of in front of his tower, but not completely coming in, because you always have to be afraid of a dive against something like a Renekton.
I know just before we go back to jungle, we were looking towards Knight's rune set in this game, going for the sudden impact here, lethality, instead of like more of the Ravenous Hunter, the building of Bloodlust as well. So the Echo, that's his main. He's played it many times in solo queue. Lyric, you're talking about his journey to rank 1 on it.
Yep, was very known for this champion a few years back. He's always kept it in his pool every year, showing he's able to pull it out. Echo, a champion that scales very well. Still one of these flanking assassins that wants to get into the backline of an enemy, but also has a pretty decent laning phase in the fact that you can wave clear pretty well with your Q.
All right, winning lane, winning game, though, for top esports. Again, remember that in mind, because Beishang towards this top side of the map is now finishing off Wolves. A ward drop down here by 369. Ward behind. Dive comes through. Level 3 acquired. Morgan looking for the chase here. Beishang gets crippled down. Flash burnt by 369. Zoned out to the inner turret.
Yeah, and this is actually what we expected to happen, right? We saw the way the split map went. We knew 369 would have to try to keep the wave in a neutral state. Against Renekton, pretty much impossible. Did the best he could. Still did get out of there. Did have to blow the flash, but at least he's not going to lose out on any XP or these minions, right?
Teleport burn, though, to get back on in. Now, no summoners available, so he does pick up the wave, but summonerless with Beishang still hovering around the top side, with Scuttlecrab now secured. But look towards the bottom side again. It is a trade-off for Karsa, who is level 4, getting the Scuttlecrab himself with a slight CS advantage.
Yeah, it makes sense he would be getting the bot side scuttle. We don't really expect to see a lot of action until Knight. Knight and Karsa do get their first backs off. Then we really want to see some heavy fighting around that mid 2v2. Tough thing is you have no hard CC to set anything up, but we always will have this Blitzcrank in the bot side, and we can expect to see Knight trying to move over because Echo's an insanely strong diving champion.
Yeah, it really is. Gets that level 6, and he'll be there shortly as well. 1.5 levels to go.
Yeah, and just also very good in diving because, right, you don't have to rely on the enemy running away to set up your W. They're just stuck under their tower when you're collapsing from both sides.
All right, Track Jungler's been all about them here in the early game in Game 1. Now, if you're looking about expectations here in this series, remember that we talked about top esports winning lane, winning game. That involves faster play. For Beishang up in this top side, if he can get Morgan ahead on his favorite pick of Renekton, that'll be something. No summoners here for the cannon.
Well, and actually both sides have drafted very early game champions.
True. Sir, I think he's okay. Well, never mind. We're going to get Cole the Meek. Cripple, first blood. Don't listen to me. There's Beishang's window in the game.
Yeah, and great play coming out from Morgan. We know he's so good on this Renekton, and this actually isn't something we typically see from WE. They don't really give a lot of attention up towards the top side, instead usually opting to play around bot, but ever since level 1, that has been hard, and top are going to be able to pick up this dragon in response.
I mean, if we just look at WE series versus E-Stars, right, it's again this draft in Game 1 where expectations were that WE would play this roaming mid that would influence the rest of the map. And here with a very normal draft, they start off very normally with their first blood. As Carter trades it for the Ocean Soul, while Jackie Love says, howdy, Joe Mung. Flash from you, and yeah. He was feeling it, and Joe Mung has to burn his own.
And that's the decisiveness we love to see from a rookie player like Yuyanja. So great job. I feel this very immobile champion. Going to be very easy for Karsa to try to find an avenue into the spot lane now.
And remember that if Karsa finds his bottom lane, then Jackie Love's going to steamroll ahead. He's already 20 CS up with a massive wave behind him. And Jomung and Missing getting zoned back, but Beishang now shadowing. What can he do in this lane?
I don't expect him to be able to find much. You can look for some kind of flash play from Missing, but you don't know where Karsa is, so that would be extremely dangerous. So just making sure that top don't come and look for a dive.
At least Jomung picks up the rest of this wave, but still behind about 20, 15 CS at this point. Karsa, by the way, on the bottom side of the map here towards Krugs. Yuyanja keeps throwing out hooks, looking for his prey.
And though we set up that Top's comp does win out in the individual lanes, WE's comp is also, you know, a really heavy early game comp with Renekton going to fall off later, Syndra also more of an early mid-game champion, and Top will always be able to fall on being able to 1-3-1 and win through side lanes with champions like Echo and Kennen.
Very true. It's not often we see, I guess, strict 1-3-1 compositions in the LPL, hey.
But that's the cool thing about it, right? It's not necessarily a strict 1-3-1 comp when Kennen and Echo will be able to find these flanks. And if you delete Syndra and Aphelios, well, you just win.
Beishang is getting a bit of tussle here with 369 though, meanwhile, while Morgan's pushing out the turret now. It is going to be bottom lane CS versus top. Because at the moment, Morgan ahead by 20 CS himself, getting turret plating by himself too.
Yeah, but still, I feel like this does feel better on the side of Top Esports.
Okay.
Getting ahead your AD carry, getting 2 members ahead, it's going to unlock Yu Yanja to go make plays on the rest of the map. And like we said, Morgan eventually is going to fall off, so WE are going to really need to use this window to try to create pressure with the Renekton.
And I guess with Top Esports as well, I mean, Jackie Love coming onto the roster means that, okay, well, we've got a star AD carry. We know what he can do when he's fed. We know what he does with the resources. Has started with the Berserker Greaves and Vampiric Scepter off that single back. So, in a very fine position here. Even though it is a 600 gold lead here for WE in Game 1. Not going to be pushing out this wave as well. Picking up a bit of turret plating for himself too. Also has the blue buff, so it's going to be obnoxious for Teacher Ma to deal with.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to spam that Q, keep the waves pushed in, and constantly lean towards bot, which is what we've seen. And it's constantly zoning Jomung and missing off of experience in CS.
Dude, look at Top Esports vision line, though. I just noticed on the map. Control was exceptional here. Just lines through the river. So, Beishang, you're going to be spotted out whichever path he does go down. As vision priority now shifting towards the Rift Herald, which has just spawned.
And even looking towards mid lane, Knight just got a ward on the other side of his lane as well, so just staying protected in both sides. Now Missing is heading up, though, so WE are going to be the ones to look for this Herald. And seems like Top are just too slow to react.
Yeah, Knight still stuck in the mid lane. Getting carted away. Missing, making the roam as well. Jomong matching here. So WE, the commitment there. Jackie Love closely behind with Yu Yanjia.
Yeah, but Top want to fight.
Uh-oh, Aphelios, he's going to be punched up, knocked back in, and dead. Descent's going to land, but now WE have a man disadvantage. Sonic Wave to land, but I think Knight zoning them out means that it's going to be another death. Beishang goes in, and WE just getting collapsed upon. It's the early game, but a full 5 versus 5 means WE are going to get slaughtered. The spear's in, Morgan trying, but now with nowhere to go, Morgan jump back in. I mean, that's great lyric, but the fight's already over. At least WE managed to trade it.
Yeah, 3 for 3, but Top still, you know, ending out the ones ahead, going to be able to pick up these waves. All starting with punishing Jomung's positioning.
But the problem is, Jackie Love has 3 kills. Let's look at it again because it was a 3 for 4 with Top Esports winning out.
3 for 4, yeah, but they do punish Jomung's positioning initially with Yu Yanja and Jackie Love following up. And then we just see Missing left in a horrible position. Morgan is the fed member of this team, so if you want WE to come out ahead, they really need him to step up. Has a ton of AoE, did get off that empowered Q. Still able to sit in the middle of the team is pretty disgusting, actually.
I mean, Morgan's turnaround here, I didn't give it enough praise. That was pretty sick.
Yeah.
For what was dire straits for the Renekton. So 2-1. Now the credit does go to WE just for finding something there at the end of the day. Now it is Jackie Love versus Morgan. I mean, this was set up in the early game and seems to continue forward as they're going to be matching each other for now.
Yep, looks like Top are going to keep their bot lane in the top side. They do want to get this Herald, ignoring the next Dragon coming up, but 369 is already starting that push in the bottom side, so WE are going to lose out on some CS, and 369 still has TP.
Moving for this Herald. There's all 4 of them in front of it, though. You can see Yu and Ja matching too as Morgan making the rotation, so this one just given away. As again, CS turret plating just given to the side of Top Esports too.
Yeah, like you said, just instead opting into winning out in gold, winning out in experience, but still WE get the objective, and they're going to be able to try and start opening up the map.
All right, if you're opening up the map here towards Morgan's side, are we going to give Jomung a bit more gold?
I would say you want to give Jomung a bit more gold. He really is going to be your carry in the later stages of the game. You're really going to need to rely on him to be your consistent source of DPS.
It doesn't put it down there and then. Jomung backing away from the wave as well for quick traders. Carson now going to be spotted out here. Good positioning here for WE. They're collapsing on him. Scatter the week there. Ragnarok burnt again. Carson looking for the turnaround, but I'm not sure as Knight's going to get Sonic waved. And has to back away as well. And just from that play, WE may have secured Dragon.
Yeah, Top spot lane is too far behind. If WE just rushes down, they're winning out so much on these objectives, getting Rift Herald uncontested, getting Dragon uncontested, and Top just kind of left with their hands in the air.
Spawns the Infernal Soul, and I mean, for WE, again, impressive play even in the E-Star series. Here, they're matching top esports quite well for what seemed like a doomed moment with JackeyLove beginning it off.
And it's really been off their shot calling and the performance from Beishang, especially having 100% kill participation, being able to find these opportunities, being able to get onto the objective first.
But now going aggressive is top esports. Seichama, luckily not there in time for the ward to be dropped down, but top esports still aggressing forward. Blue buff is going to be theirs, and you can see that tempo swings are going back and forth rapidly here in this game. Beishang about to make another one with Morgan in the top side.
Yeah, so still just splitting the map.
Oh, let's get the kill first. Kick in the wall. No, you don't have time to talk, Lyric. Sorry. TP going to be burnt as well, but it's too late. There goes the cannon for the third time.
Morgan is just so far ahead right now on this Renekton. Pretty much deleting him in a second. You didn't even get any chance to play-by-play that either.
No, I did not. Kicked against the wall really hurts here as WE going to put down the Herald while JackeyLove and Yu and Jia with Carter alongside him look for the turret push, but first turret is secured just like that. A 1k gold lead for WE, looking for the inner to get the further push.
And usually Gunblade is when Kennen would start bullying this matchup, but Morgan's going to be so far ahead, he's not going to have a good time in those side lanes.
There's a shove here as well. Probably could have tried for that one as Fate's Call is going to be used. Missing now in a bit of it as the box goes down over the wall. Caster flash as well. He flashes missing. The Dark Passage Undertow going to come through, but no. Missing is such a good threat. He's just such a good player, man.
You committed 3 ultimates of Flash and an Ignite, and you still weren't able to secure that kill. So again, W just coming out ahead across the map.
That was beautiful, and you're right, the commitment here from top to try and find that.
And think about it. It's 2 turrets to none right now. Sure, top will eventually pick up that bottom turret. There are only 2 plates left. But the massive tempo swing for WE is going to be able to lead probably to either vision for the next dragon or trying to create a play onto the mid lane.
And with the amount that played through top side, now WE had this big Renekton to play with, right? He's got a massive CS advantage, plus Black Cleaver and Tiamat with Merc Treads. So in a fine position for Morgan to try and carry this next upcoming fight.
And like we said, this was supposed to be favored for top going into side lanes. But Kennen is not going to be able to win against Morgan anymore. Morgan can just keep pushing out this wave with his Tiamat roaming over to the team first. You can force out 369 TP easily, and you probably still should be able to come out in the fight.
You look towards those summoners available. Across the board, just pause though, because I see the gold that I was referring to before. And yep, it is matched by top esports, but a heavy chunk on WE. 560 here for the Croc. As JackeyLove now moves to the mid lane, we're getting to the point where Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes. JackeyLove, who we were kind of putting a contrast on, or a comparison rather, excuse me, has the Blade of the Ruin King now. So this Kalista versus this Croc. The next fight, I'm waiting for it to come through because we had early blood. We haven't slowed down. We've just been going for objectives instead.
I mean, this Croc is going to be much bigger right now. Bruiser is just having a lot higher base stats. He's quite tanky right now as well.
True. What do you think about Beishang versus Carter? Warriors has been completed here. Beishang almost towards the Black Cleaver himself. Feels like Beishang in a much better position.
The thing is, I don't think it matters too much who comes out ahead in that 1v1 because Karsa could just pop the Ragnarok and run away.
For a 1v1, Nora's the top lane here. Teachama underneath Kara. Unleashed Power going to be used to deny 369, looking for his kill, and he finds it. Now kind of back into the game as Missing's caught out here. I don't think he can outplay this one. The rain goes in and he finally dies. 2-man Graviton from Joel Mung. And WE getting caught out here with the turnaround from the Moonlight Vigil. The Infernum is not enough damage at this point, and WE, that was top exposing.
Yeah, Hysterics, that was so massive. 369 committing that TP to the top lane to get a pick. And top esports bot lane just winning out in the straight up 2v2. You lose nothing with Karsa picking up all that bot CS. Here we see it just, this is what happens when you draft a Blitzcrank. That always is a win condition with that hook.
It's always a pain to deal with. And from what top esports were lacking in that top solo lane, you can see now, 369 picks up a bit more gold. Knight as well. So for top esports, these elements are coming online faster. WE making a crucial mistake that's now set them behind in tempo that we're talking so heavily about.
Yeah, and we are going to have that Dragon coming up right now. Strange thing is that Karsa's actually heading up towards his Gromp, so looks like top don't even want to set up Vision, are just going to concede this, but 369 can just ignore this wave and start roaming down. They're just going to go for the Herald instead.
Okay, they hold vision control. You can see towards the top side. There's lit up with blue wards, with giving 369 a free push up towards that inner wall. WE are going to trade it for the Infernal Dragon, leading towards an Infernal Salt. Why not?
The one thing I will give Top's choice to go for this Herald is you have no real good way of breaking open that mid lane turret against an Aphelios and Syndra when you have a bunch of low range and melee champions like the Echo. So you're really going to rely on the Herald to do that. Which
is now in the hands of Caster as well, by the way. So ability to do so. Also note that we're tracking JackeyLove's build. He's almost towards his second item there as well, in comparison to Jeomong, who's only towards the Infinity Edge. So at this point, there's a bit of a lead here for JackeyLove over Jeomong. Knight, meanwhile, pushing in the top side of the map. And I'm ready for Blood. Lyric, what the heck? Why is this now no Blood?
Because Top decided not to fight for that dragon, knowing WE's comp is just stronger in the straight-up 5v5 right now. Instead, just opting to have Knight in the side lane, knowing he's going to win against Teacherma. And if they're going to win out, they need to keep Teacherma in the side lane, have Knight come over first, and force this numbers advantage fight, especially if he gets onto Aphelios. We talked about, that's all their late game DPS. Doesn't mean much right now because Morgan is still huge.
Teacherma has to flash though. Knight can do this. Ultimate available. Ult there. Yep. Easily done for another solo kill for the best mid laner who's never been to Worlds.
And a lot of people say Zoe's his best champion. I don't think so. This Echo is looking mean.
This is champion. WE now engaging through mid. They're going to lose turret, though. I thought Morgan figured he could turn the play, but Top Esports back away. Now they're in the gold lead here in this first game.
And this is great discipline we're seeing from Top. Not grouping up as a 5-man unit, pulling the members of WE apart, knowing they need to drop that Herald to take mid-turret. And now the map is open for the side of Top Esports.
Got a bottom lane turret to take as well. No one to contest. And blue buff yet again. Getting everything that they can out of one single play. Top Esports again. The play that we've seen is controlling this early game, and they have taken back control from WE.
And they've played this past 2-3 minutes so well, having their mid-3 match the pressure of their side lane, so WE can't just commit to one area to, abuse and overpush, and they do end up picking up all 3 turrets.
So that almost reset. 3 turrets when WE, it was 2-0 very earlier on. Also note that Knight has 2 items now. We're heading towards another dragon, so very important to note that 2 items on pretty much all carries on the side of Top Esports, plus 369 on the way with a blasting wand is going to mean a lot coming up.
Especially for Knight. Echo's big power spike is once he gets that Lich Bane as well, just going so well with your passive.
Ability now to burst out. You talked about him on Jeomong. Even Teacherma we saw in that top lane with a solo kill. Teacherma doesn't have any MR at this point. Whether that's a Banshee's Veil on the way or not. Will it be there in time is the new question.
So the members we need to keep our eye on for Top Esports is Kalista and Echo.
Okay.
And for WE, it's still all about Morgan, right? He got all their resources. Maybe Beishang as well if he can get in the backline and find a kick onto JackeyLove.
Because otherwise we get to the point where we have to start talking about Jeomong and Teacherma, right? The players who in the early game weren't focused because the lanes were pretty much sighted towards top, as WE now caught out on the wrong side of the rift. Jeomong and missing, looking for their escape path. With the help of Beishang, maybe they can get away. We talked about Beishang making a play as a level lead here, and Morgan joining in. Means Top Esports this time are going to scurry away themselves.
Yeah, but TES are going to be able to get that turret in the top side. They just leave Echo there. They don't have any real good hard engage options. Everything is a skill shot coming from their side. So when TES choose to do this, there's no real good play to make.
Forced to back away as well, even with the numbers advantage. 369 meanwhile absorbs resources. This is just building to a point where Top are going to be absolutely monstrous because of all this time spent in the side lane.
Right, it's great because they're staying so disciplined.
Yep.
And for WE, they're really going to have to rely on neutral objectives to try to pull Top Esports out of that cycle, but even next Infernal, maybe you feel fine giving up, saying, hey, it's not solo point. We're just going to keep finding gold and advantages across the map.
It's kind of funny because the style of WE where we see this roaming mid laner, where we see Teacherma help out the map, would have actually maybe made a difference here in this first game with the way Top Esports are playing it out.
We've actually seen this from WE quite a lot, where they continually draft compositions that don't have any hard engage. They keep going for that Galio comp with the Trundle in the jungle, relying all on Teacherma's Predator to get in there and get that Shield of Durant.
In a way, it's like when Teacherma falls behind, much like it is with RNG and EDG, you don't lose direction completely for WE, but you lose the reliability that WE have been winning games with. Teacher Mark coming in has a massive win rate on the side of WE. Since he's joined, it's been like 6 out of 9 series won in the regular season.
So it does look like Top are gearing up to prep this Drake. This is where we need to see WE get in the game and find and engage onto someone like Jackie Love.
Shirelli is used, base chunk, Sonic Wave, the Graviton ulti misses here. Now Yu Jub forces the safeguard away. Scout of the Week is available, 2-man from Teacher Ma. There's Old Reliable, Fate's Call used by Jackie Love. The re-engage, yes, it's Yu Jub, but that is a bit of a mistake. Unleashed Power, bit of an overkill, but it is still a kill for WE.
Yeah, WE still find the pick. Knight wasn't there. Ooh.
Okay, Scout of the Week once again. Teacher Ma does it once more. Jomon flashes in. 2-man Graviton. WE say go. Holy crap. Gets a double. Thank you so much.
And this is how bold you need to be when your comp doesn't have reliable engage. Jomon showing up so massive in these playoffs, it's going to lead to a Baron.
Right now, I mean, I was looking down at my sheet of paper. I thought, no, okay, that's a pick. Where does WE go from here? Let's talk story. The story of this first game is WE fighting back. Now for Top Esports, a miracle.
We need to see Knight get in there and get the damage down.
Base dive, he doesn't make it over the wall. This is his champion, but it's secured by Teacher Ma. That was a horrible phase dive from a great player.
Ooh.
Flash away, Teacher Ma matches it. WE are out with the Baron on all 5 members.
And this is what it's about for WE. We saw the past few minutes, Top Esports were playing the map so well, but one big opportunity, that's all it takes you to get back into the game.
The retribution here for Top Esports, or rather the redemption prize, is going to be this Dragon. Nothing.
Yep.
Joel Monk, man. I mean, whatever that was gorgeous.
It was amazing, and it all started off with WE finding the pick onto Yanja, but they go for the re-engager, which is the confusing part, because look at your mini-map. Knight is not here, easily able to blow him up, but now keep your eyes onto Teacher Ma and Jomung. Teacher Ma going to hit a very good Scatter the Week off that hook, but Jomung right now feeling bold.
Ooh. He's in Aphelios, man. Doesn't even have Sephiroth.
And we saw this the other day, too, flashing forward so aggressively to find these kills. Again, look across their composition. Thresh with the hook, Sinjo with the Scout of the Week, Beishong having to jump in, get behind with the kick. Morgan same has to jump in to find that W. No reliable engage. You need to be decisive and make these bold calls to find those kills.
But again, to harp on WE against E-Stars, it was the bold, decisive calls that won them the series.
And that's what I love about WE. They draft these kinds of compositions that have very small windows they need to execute on. As an analyst, I always hate them, but they always execute so well, and they make them work.
In plays like that, where they end up picking the Baron as well, now in the driver's seat once again, this has been shifting gears here in this first game. Getting a feel for both teams. And the feel of WE right now is pushing that to the limit, it seems. Turret's going to go down in the inner bottom side here. Knight split pushing top. Morgan going to respond to that. But another resource taken away with WE's Baron.
Yep, and now WE can just look to move over to the mid lane with Beishong already buffing up that wave.
Sir, we got another Infernal Dragon coming up. I know it might not be the most important thing right now, because Baron's going to expire in 40 seconds. And for me, WE seem to have just taken it and gone, yep, cool, there's a Baron we maybe should never have gotten. They even out the game, and they draw this one out longer as well.
That's the important thing to know, right? Gold is still relatively even. WE right now are ahead about 700. For top, they just need to commit to what they were doing before. Keep Echo in the side lane. Keep trying to find these advantages. Don't give WE the room to engage on your 3-man core in the mid lane.
Because despite everything we've been talking about, Top Esports are still like ahead through individual lanes, right? Not throughout the game, but through individual lanes of Knight and also Jackie Love. There's a kill, there's the bounty. Knight almost has 300 CS at 26 minutes. Jackie Love's at CS a minute as well, just about here. 4-0-1 with the QSS now picked up. So these guys are big. That just means this next fight is going to be close as hell.
That it does, but still no Dragon for 2 minutes, but WE doing a good job of controlling vision in the enemy jungle. The name of the game is about finding picks for WE.
Look at where 369 is. He hasn't been spotted out. He has a flank. Beishang going in, looking for the kick here. Dark Passage there, but they pull in missing. 369 behind them, however, and so is Knight. They're in a choke. Parallel convergence. 369 looking for the stun, but won't find it. WE get low, has to burn, flashes to get out, and a heal from Jomung too.
In top esports, comp just feels so much easier to execute in this game, just being able to play out those side lanes and try to move first. Again, you're really relying on the skill of your individual players on the side of WE. We saw Beishang trying to find that kick that we'd already spoken about earlier, wasn't able to do it. You're against the Blitzcrank, able to just pull them back in, but luckily WE get out with no casualties.
Didn't have the flash available. Might have been a little bit easy to execute there against Yuya and Jia. Also note, Knight with the Rabadon's death cap. If he was able to get into that fight, it would have been all over as well. So at this point, again, top esports still with firm control. It's weird to say, both teams have firm control.
I don't think both teams can have firm control.
I think both teams have firm control. I think both teams are firm.
I think the map state is pretty even right now. We see WE continuously grouping up as a 4-man unit, getting pressure together, trying to turn that into vision. And we can see on our maps that 369's pushing out the top side. Knight gonna go catch the bottom wave, and that's how they're gonna create their pressure.
Teachamara up here as well. We talked about the side lanes quite a lot here in this series. Game, I should say. Only the first game of the series, by the way. I think we got a fitting quarterfinals, honestly. A great way to start the game, but it ain't over yet. 30 seconds till the Infernal Dragon spawns. Things now going down, and it'll be all about that vision now coming back.
Like you said before, Knight right now is so massive with that death cap. I think when we saw before, he had about 450 AP.
Yeah.
Has the Lich Bane as well, so going to do so much damage just from his 3-hit passive. And when enemies are below 30% HP, don't forget the W passive as well. He's going to be hitting like a truck, going to be very easy to execute members of WE.
Oh, Shirley's referee again, though, from WE. 5-man now grouped up. Now, top esports have left Jackie Love in the mid lane. This Dragon is going to go down quick. And top are just not in position.
No. Would have been nice if they had 369 at base to find a flank.
He's there waiting for the TP. Top esports maybe not caring about the Dragon, just going to go forward anyway. Hook doesn't find it, is given over to Teachama, but WE can just back away. That's fine.
Yeah, TES were not ready for that at all. Should have already had 369 in the fountain looking for that flank. We can see on the minimap they had wards set up behind the Dragon, but instead they're going to peel towards the Baron, and they do have a Kalista.
So it's going to go down crazy as 369 again, that TP to get into the fight. Level 15 versus Morgan, level 16, who's in the bottom lane as well. This is getting rushed, and WE need to get in fast.
And one thing to note is Jackie Love does have that Mercurial Scimitar, so if CC does land on him, he should be able to get out scot-free.
5K moving away. Morgan comes in fast. TP behind, though, but will the bottom lane survive? Knight gets the kill onto the Ophelia, so WE with a numbers disadvantage of 369 lights up everyone into the fight. Top esports seemingly good as Morgan's trying to kill Jackie Love, but he can't. And top esports are dealing with goods here. Goods that WE don't understand.
TES executing their comp perfectly, especially Knight finding his way into the backline, deleting Jomung right away, and that's all of your consistent DPS for the side of WE.
Now back to the Baron here. WE have 3 members. Teachama with a TP, but now the miracle has to come from WE.
They need to watch out, though. Of course, Beishang on the Lee Sin does have that execute on his Q.
Peeling off because members are too low. So the fight goes to top, but the Baron does not.
Yeah, and we see here Knight finding his way around. Actually, Yu Yanji getting pulled in, but great job just getting right on top of Jomung, ulting out. And now we see 369 coming on from the backside. Lets all the other members of top esports focus onto Morgan. Jackie Love having enough damage and sustain to kite that out. But
USS,
still,
yeah.
WE are on soul point.
They are. So that's the next condition we're going to look out for. We're at a similar point yet again. Fight win, but gold dead even here at 30 minutes in the game. 18 kills in total here. Highlights for top esports on the left side of your screen. Jackie Love with 37% damage. I mean, this is a very fed Kalista, and Knight's fed as well. His goal difference with Teachama at 3K at this point in the game. But WE definitely not out of this just yet. Heading up towards a Baron. Again, the dance will start once more.
The thing for WE, though, is positioning, vision control, getting that Infernal Soul. All of these things are so important for their composition. If Knight and 369 find the flanks, it's going to be so easy for Top Esports to come out ahead in this fight.
Oh, they're starting it. They've gone over the wall. They don't know what's being done.
Nope.
You can see this Observer is now standing into vision. This is where things get real. TP to use as well, but 4K. Lyric, Yuyanjia has stolen Beishang into it as well, into GA. They're going to take it down. They've taken the support as well, but Knight helping get the Baron and zoning them away. Top Esports with the numbers disadvantage. On top of the Lee Sin kick there on 369. The parallel conversion's doing its work though. These fights are messy, but Joe Mung's trying to carry it as Morgan now finally joins with the dominance available. Knight getting poked down without the ulti. Teachima on the chase as well. The Time Winder slows them down. But now Top Esports just have to get on out, and with the Baron, I think it's fine.
Yeah, Top Esports are feeling great with that Baron. Doesn't look like they knew that Morgan actually wasn't in the fight, because they probably could have just turned and then secured the Baron. Yuyanjia going down early and then leaving Top Esports at a numbers disadvantage. But still, 3 members with Baron is huge, especially the fact that one of your side laning champions does have it.
I mean, we saw the last Baron from WE taken. They weren't able to do too much with it, but you talk about the composition from Top Esports, what they can do with this Baron. Even though 369 doesn't have it, is going to be pretty big. So, still no gold lead, but we'll see how that changes heading towards Seoul, heading towards the use of this Baron buff for 2 minutes.
We do see that 369 now does have the Void Staff, so just going to shred through all that magic resist from people like Morgan on the side of WE. Actually confusing that we don't see Top even looking to set up their top wave.
They don't care about it. They see red and they're like, oh, that's us. Minions are channeling in. Pings are going down. WE know that this is going to be channeling towards the base, but Morgan might be caught on out here. Phase dive at the ready. Castle gets the slow down, but he's just able to slice and dice away. But Top do have positioning in the river.
And I guess Dragon is up now, but it would have been nice to see someone from Top set up that top wave for a slow push, but they're going to have first track on Dragon, and right now it's all about 369 and Knight's positioning to find these flanks.
You can see Beishang wants to start it off though as well. Yuyanjia getting poked down now. He's been caught out a couple of times here. He's the one zoning as Dragon just going to be started here, and WE can't get in time. It's the Olaf who takes it away now. Top Esports on Seoul point. WE just back away. They're like, let's go mid. While Top are like, let's go bot.
I love it. Our first game of this quarterfinal, we already have a pseudo base race, but actually TES are like, wait, we don't need a base race. We have Baron recalls. Actually, they don't have Baron recalls, it looks like.
Nope. Only a couple of them do. Meanwhile, Knight and Jacula pushing up. Inhibitor turret under fire. It is a bit of a pseudo base race. Knight sticking around, but Inhib turret, the call from WE. Concise.
That's a big win for WE, getting an objective they honestly shouldn't have.
Knight has to use the chrono break, but WE, if they get caught out here, it might not be worth it. Yuyanjia on the chase, but slowed down here with the overdrive. So that's a win for WE.
Yeah, and we take those. That's great for WE. TES are the ones with the Baron. They should not be losing inhibitor turrets, but still making a weird decision, just commit everyone to the Baron, then turning towards the side lane. And they didn't even get the inhibitor turret themselves.
No, Knight pressed up. He got a bit of damage on it. You can see it's low, but not taking it down because those regen is going to be costly for Top Esports, but they're still pushing mid. They don't have a Baron anymore, but they do have the pressure available. Inner turret goes down, missing here with a flank hook. Starts the Ragnarok. An ultimate down that Castle will need.
Still picking up that turret is going to feel nice. And the next objective we're looking towards is probably... Actually, Dragon and Baron probably going to come up around similar time. So I expect the map state to revert back to what we've already been seeing with... We've said it so many times now, right? Both solo laners in the side lanes.
No. That's insane. Insane to think about. You know Knight has a Magi's.
Yes, I did know that.
All items, Magi's complete.
He's really big right now. Echo scales very well. Does very good in the late game. Going to burst out Teachima or Jomung if he gets on top of either of them.
I mean, I feel like at points in this game he's been at the Flame Horizon, but he's edgy on that once again. He almost has 400 CS at 35 minutes. He's ahead of the clock. And Jackie Love, pretty much there too.
But, I mean, on the side of WE, you really have no one who could answer him in that side lane. Someone's going to have to just lose out on CS and experience or just wait by the inhibitor turret like we see Teachima doing now. You definitely can't walk up in that lane or you're just dead.
Yeah, playing it super respectfully, though. It's good to see here from the mid laner of WE.
Not respectfully, right.
Playing it right. It is respect as well, though, is it not?
True.
Yeah, see?
I guess he's not disrespecting, therefore it is respectful.
It is respect. Attaboy. There we go. What's annoying me is Teacher Mark keeps flipping around Banshee's Vow and Morellonomicon quite a lot, actually. Maybe that's like a little pet thing that he likes to do.
You do see Teachama almost at the death camp.
That's true. It would be 4 items then as well as Shirelia's Reverie. Beishang wants to go in on that, but won't find the distance in time. Top Esports, they're paying the respect this time. As here we go, we're looking at another solo lane, but they've joined up.
Yeah, this is pretty strange, actually. We haven't seen a play like this. Just going to push it out and then leave.
Okay. Top lane, meanwhile, there's a slow push, I guess.
The thing I like about it is actually the fact that both of them pulled WE over to that side of the map, which let the members of TS move over. They didn't even get vision control, no scuttle up yet. Oh, now it is. Carson getting lucky, going to be able to pick that up.
All right.
Ooh, sneaky.
Still here. Morgan into a trap. Parallel convergence to flash away with dominance here. 2 versus 1 and slicing Maelstroms there as well, but TP being matched. Here comes Teachama. 369 is just going to be abandoned. This play actually just went down the drain.
Honestly, I'm not even sure why you need to look for this play, but still, Top Esports feeling very creative. They aren't able to do it. Just look how tanky Morgan is.
That's a 50-second death timer. Baron's up. Dragon as well in a minute. Now he has TP to set up for that one.
And you don't need reliable engage if you can start the objective and make TS come into you. Oh my god, Top don't care.
Well, Knight's still here. Bit of damage still there. Knight does the phase dive with the parallel convergence, and now Inhibitor exposed. He has the ulti available. He's going to have to use it at some point soon. Morgan still does a heck of a load of damage, but Knight backing away. Now that he's that low, can he TP in? No. Teach him up. Banshee's Veil stops the engage with the rocket grab. Over the wall, they're tracking this jungle Casa. As over the wall, he now needs to go. The ultimate, the unleashed power is there, but he's zoned away as well. WE get Baron, and Top are playing with magic they don't understand.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what this shot calling is coming out from TS. We were heralding Jackie Love's world champion shot calling.
At least Knight is like, okay, if I'm going to do this, if I'm too low to come in the fight, I am going to get another turret. As now the pick potential. Top Esports are playing game of League of Legends that's either 5-head or 3.
Definitely doesn't look 5-head, and now W going to be able to move towards this dragon. Both teams are on soul point, though.
Collapsing on in. Look at what we got to play with. 5 versus 5 in front of the pit. Jomong now has GA as well.
Yeah, for the side of WE, both of their carries are massive. Teachama right now having that Rabadon's. Jomong almost being full build. We need to keep our eyes on both of them.
Yu Yuanjia misses though. Death Sentence doesn't connect. Slowed down by Teachama. Over the wall. Are they going to get it? No, just given over. Infernal Soul now complete here. Flashes over the wall. The Fates call used. Beishang on the hunt. Top Esports have to get the heck out of Dodge. And WE just say, go. Top Esports League.
And Hysterics, I don't understand why we don't see TS playing through all 3 lanes, instead looking for these really cheeky plays in the bottom lane. Sure, they were able to pick up some inhibitor turrets, but WE should be able to pick up an actual inhibitor.
All 5 members channeling down mid. This is one of the strangest, best, and worst games.
They've Infernal Soul, Hysterics.
Because they just said, let's go. Well, Lyric,
oh my God.
There goes Inhibitor.
Well, there's nothing TS can do from this position.
Yep.
We talked about it's all about pulling WE across the map. WE don't need to be pulled across the map. They can group up as 5. They can buff those minions. They can take the Inhibitor. And in 5 minutes, we have Elder.
Okay. Let's see what happens then, hey?
Gold still even across the board, though.
It must be hell for you, man. Because I'm to make heads or tails of this is quite interesting for me, but for you, it might be a bit of a nightmare.
I mean, the thing is, TS's comp has such a straightforward identity, and we don't see them playing to those strengths.
Apart from Knight, I guess, you know, with the play towards the turrets, which in a way kind of costs them towards Baron anyway. But
we actually see him going for a backdoor in a sense. Going
open
to pick up
inhibitors, man. He's going to be spotted on a ward. Now, WE, remember, have Baron back for 30 seconds, so they can match him. Right now, no one seems to be backing. They're going to make the base race call. Knight doesn't have a minion wave to work with either. So this is going to be another exposed inhibitor, and with Aphelios, these go down fast. In fact, the push for the end. Knight still hasn't recalled. He doesn't have TP. It's a slow back. WE moving on to Nexus turrets. This is not the call from top. Caster focused out. The damage there, and he's dead. WE with the man advantage. Knight has now backed. Nexus turret number 2 has not been touched yet. Can top defend?
No, they have no wave clear.
Flash forward from missing. Knight still has the ulti. 5 versus 4. Yuaja pulls in Morgan as 369 is denied with the kick. Nexus exposed. WE. Game 1 is theirs because top tried to make a call.
I just want to know if this 8C dream is actually a thing now. Once again, not expecting to be in this position. WE executing on their win conditions so well.
What the heck was that? That was great. Also shocking, but great.
Yeah.
That was a game of the LPL, baby. We keep it true to the identity because, like, you could see the call behind Knight. But again, we come back to WE's shot calling where they are very precise. And you can't afford to make mistakes like this against WE, even if they are the 8th seed.
The confusing thing was, at some point in the mid-game, we saw TES had full control of the map. We're pulling WE apart. We're continuing to do that time after time, only falling when they made mistakes. But the one crucial mistake in my mind was when they peeled off towards bot and then WE went towards mid. And it's like, what are you doing? We keep seeing TES look for these plays. WE doing a great job of capitalizing.
This is the quarterfinals. What is happening? All right, well, game 1 win for WE, and boy, oh boy.
One thing I really want to highlight, though, is that one mid play from Jomung was absolutely hype, was amazing, flashing forward, finding those kills.
I agree.
And again, they kept the game neck and neck the whole time, despite the fact that, again, in these early, at least 1v1s, they should lose. We saw it wasn't 1v1s, right? We saw Beishang playing up heavily towards the top side, setting 369 behind, and it worked really well.
Yep.
And in the end, it came together.
I mean, that game, like the early game, I think, let's start with Top Esports because there is a lot to break down here and I think evaluate. For Top Esports, the early game towards Jackie-Love, you know, the plan was there for this Kalista, where it was about caster shadowing and, yeah, LPL. It spells it out with the graph, doesn't it? Nicely done.
Yeah, I don't even know how to explain this, but an interesting thing for me is how much damage Teacher Ma did in this game, kind of going a bit under the radar. But once again, this series and even his last, not series, but this game, his stat of the weeks have been on point. He's amazing at hitting these skill shots.
He was set behind early. Knight was the, I guess, more fed mid laner here in this game. You can see Teacher Ma still gets into these fights, and it's like WE, they came into playoffs, and it's just not these one-dimensional comps. They can play standard, they can play, you know, with the Syndra on Teacher Ma. And together, in the end, they come together.
Yeah, what I love, too, is we saw that damage from Teacher Ma, but remember, too, the middle portions of the game. He was just sitting under his turret, waiting to catch the wave, not making the mistakes of walking too far forward after getting solo killed by Knight in the side lane. Just knowing, hey, I have a role in this team composition. I'm going to do my job and doing it so well.
Let's have a break and then regain our thoughts. Let's then decipher game 1 because it was interesting, strange, and our quarterfinal game 1. We'll go to a break and then we'll gather those in a moment. See you then.
推了中路一塔之后，哎，这个位置感觉杰杰这个走位有点问题，但反手吸了一口，一个弹幕时间，哇，这个大招打得太完美了，塞拉斯来了，但是这个一技能没能命中啊。这个杨凌升级结束了之后，两边也是拉开，小虎在地上画了一条火线，瞄准的是俊佳，俊佳闪现之后被小虎闪现追击，但伤害感觉不太够啊，再挂一个虚弱，但是被弱子推弹推到了。 要拼惩戒吗？这波，但这波有可能换技能是没惩戒的，要拼了。这边一个大招先保一下大龙，小龙把前进龙冲了，在这个位置自己感觉要倒了，后部拿下了大龙。小虎拿到了大龙，
小虎拿下了大龙。虽然说这个小龙宝是用他的技能保了大龙一命， 那这个时候狼行进到后排，但是 Hope 如约的按下了秒表，规避掉了这一波的冲击。那伊利军反身要继续来追 RNG， 但是其实前排已经慢慢的遭不住了。交了一个金身 ，Scout 撒谎闪现上前硬推一波，但身上被套了一个虚弱，无法完成输出。小虎金身的这个位置的话，只能闭眼等死。重新的回到伊利军的推进回合，这个时候巨魔交了一个闪现珠子，然后把小明的闪现给逼了出来。但是这里打出了第一个复活甲，复活甲起身也只能等死呀。 RNG 这一波机会很大，
俊佳来不了，
忙着走上去吗？
哇，这个感觉直接打龙的话就有了呀，但是要小心这边女枪能不能抢龙，没抢到，
没有抢下来，现在拿到远古巨龙 ，RNG 非常大的胜算，往前直压，伊利军全员想要后撤，但是现在已经有很多个残血了，奥迪率先被斩倒，然后同时伊利军其他人也通通都被击倒。
水晶要高破了，而且现在是一个突突的基地，
狼行进场了。
后面有个英雄登场，砸了起来，有机会的，但是被 Hope 拉了一个距离。Hope 身为一个没有位技能的维鲁斯，可说是逃生王啊！但是现在伊利军血量有点残，狼行上来再砍了一剑，但是大面已经没有了。
Betty 他还在输出，这波 Betty 已经拿下2个人头，后续再一枪，但是凯旋回了一口血。
俊佳也还在输出，关键是
男枪还没死。 哎，这个时间看到了，直接交 TP。
奥恩上路交了一个 TP， 撒谎从侧边过来，速度都有点赶不上，我觉得。
哎，感觉要直接 rush 了。
是的，
但这边奥恩的牙
哎，狼行还不来吗？狼行还被抢了。
他闪现以后，他应该是用他的那个秘籍换了一个惩戒，抢到了，我的天！
狼行姗姗来迟一步，小龙宝一个大招撒完了之后，后续两边一波乱战战到一起，但这波感觉 EDG 要翻了。
Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym, yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain John, and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hear that it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on a checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen, the sink, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come and smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron on. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now?
Who won't stop us now?
Hey, who won't stop us now? Yeah.
Who won't stop us now?
Stop us now.
Stop us now. Stop us now. Stop us now. Stop us now. Stop us now. Stop us now.
Well, an explosive start and a great way to end game one. A lot of thought collection was necessary after that one, but WE lead the charge against Top Esports here in the quarterfinals. Lyric, Hysterics, you know us, you know Bei Sheng, who was MVP of game number one, by the way. For WE, there are a lot of working elements, but Bei Sheng on this Lee Sin once again performed as you'd expect from Bei Sheng, who's the rising jungler.
He did great on this team. They drafted this pick composition that really relied on them, right, finding things like the Sonic Wave into the Dragon's Rage or Death Sentences, a lot of like small windows, and Bei Sheng executed them so well.
The way that game ended, you can see Bei Sheng was a core factor of that as well. It was the 369 cannon ulti to kind of revive and bring a fight for top, but even in this early game, Bei Sheng was always here against 369.
And he just went with what TES gave to him right there, the ones that split the map. He kept looking for these dives onto Kennen, executed so well, and just looked great throughout the whole game.
And then we get towards the later fights, right, where Bei Sheng was facilitated by people like Teacher Ma with also Jiomeng, excuse me, who kind of found his element towards the mid-game too.
And just look how aggressively he plays, getting in there, hitting that Dragon's Rage. It's like we talked about, and again, always been the main pillar for this team, looking great once again.
Bei Sheng last year was his first year. It was his rookie year here in the LPL. Second year, he and Missing are the only ones on this team who have been through LPL playoffs before. And then with the rest of this team of WE, you have to say that the shot calling has been really good to highlight in both E-Stars series and even that game one against Top.
Yeah, the thing is they know how to stick to their plan. They play it well. They don't... Actually, I was going to say they don't draft too hard to execute compositions, but they kind of do.
They do in a way, right? But we now know there's different dynamics within the draft that we can talk about. For Top Esports, though, I mean, there was a lot of confusion there, especially towards the end of the game where Knight was making plays to try and secure, you know, inhibit a turret, but what he sacrificed didn't end up being worth it.
We saw them still make very clever plays, but they just weren't the plays they needed to make with the champions they had to push their lead forward.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Top Esports got to that point where Knight was somewhere else and the game was ending. Knight comes back and they're already at a numbers disadvantage. Not as bad as the Angel flanks, though. A shout out to Suning there as well. So we go into game number 2 and we look towards Top Esports for, I guess, similar draft, right? That was a very Top Esports draft to win lane, to try and win the game after.
Yeah, and the thing is, both teams drafted similar comps in the sense that they need to be ahead to really execute their plan well. That's what Top have been doing so well all split.
We talked about the Divine 3. Jackie Love now fits in piece number 3. Knight Mr. Consistent there as well. Couldn't rely on him in that game. Well, I mean, you could, but long story short, at the end of the day, you couldn't. We look towards Karsa there. Karsa versus Bei Sheng felt like Bei Sheng was more impactful, at least in that first game anyway.
The interesting thing, too, is that Karsa took away that Olaf from Bei Sheng. WE did first pick that the other day when the Trundle got banned out and wasn't able to find the same impact that Bei Sheng did on the Lee Sin.
And now we're left to a game 2 where, what are we going to see out of WE? This is the flexibility in draft, right, that we talked about. Game 1, very standard. You talk about hard to execute, yes, but more standard than the WE compositions we've seen. The Galio, Aurelion Sol, Nocturne with a very unique pick mid that kind of facilitates the rest of the map.
My question mark isn't for WE since they won. It's, well, how does TS adapt in draft? Especially, we saw E-Star go over to start banning the Syndra, but that also didn't work out in the end. This man just has too many layers to him in the mid lane with Teacher Ma.
I mean, game 1 was a 3 mid ban, right? Like, we get that Pantheon, we get the Aurelion Sol, we get the Galio as well. And so for WE, they're like, okay, we'll take that and we'll go back towards that Syndra. If you want to see Top Esports adapt their draft, though. I mean, we saw Knight's Echo, we saw 369 on Kennen, right? We saw the bottom lane of Jackie Love and Yu Yanja with the Blitz Callista that we thought got off the ground.
What if maybe I'd like something more standard in the sense of bringing out something like the Taric, which would give them much better skirmishing potential, especially with that ultimate coming down onto people like Kennen and Echo, right? It would be a lot more holistic. So I don't think you need to change up too much as Top Esports. Maybe just, you know, the devil's in the details.
They have opted to go for the blue side here for Top Esports as well. Losing team picks side selection for the next game. So Top have decided to go there. So back on the blue side, as we saw last time, that Callista first pick, I expect that WE will go, that's fine. Jackie Love can have Callista again.
I wonder if he'll change it up and maybe move over to the Aphelios, which is what he was playing more in the regular split. We didn't see him pick up Cliffs at all in the regular season.
No, he didn't.
Was going towards it Aphelios and looking so good on the champion.
We know that Jackie-Love, if he doesn't go that direction as well, has many more champions if it gets banned away.
Draven.
Yeah, Draven. Ezreal there as well, I remember from one of the moments of last year too. But top esports, I mean, this expectation of being the clear favorites has not worked out already in game 1. So you want to see them change draft? Okay, they're on the blue side yet again as per their choice. Going into game 2, it's them who bans out the Kalista instead.
Yeah, so probably signaling they're going to go towards a different AD carry champion. Again, we would expect it to be the Aphelios, but of course the Varus is still there as well.
But now for WE, I mean, okay, going for the LeBlanc, there's a lot of AD carries actually open.
Yeah, but neither, I mean, Jackie-Love has played so few games, but we've seen Senna fall off heavily in the LPL. No one really tending to go towards that champion.
Oh God.
The top actually want to go for the Varus.
Yeah, Jackie-Love Varus, here we go. Well, for WE, let's just get Aphelios.
I was going to say, WE don't care. They actually continuously end up on the, not losing end, but second end of like, hey, you pick AD carry, and then we're fine taking what's ever left over. If you're WE, why do you need to change things up?
Yep.
Get missing on his best champion. It also is a pseudo takeaway of the sense that it pairs well with the Varus. And then you can always just pick up the Renekton again and have a strong winning top side.
We have to have a conversation because teams giving missing his Thresh has really backfired on them in the past. For top esports, once again, they're not going to care that missing picks up the Hook City champion. As WE, last time they did a Renekton second. You said WE don't need to adapt?
It'd be so smart to take. Ooh, I was going to say it'd be smart to take it now for the reason that it also is 369's most played champion. Looks very good on it. And again, giving TES these winning lanes that they love. Oh my
winning
God.
lanes, sir? Did you say winning lanes? There you go.
Yeah.
This would be a throwback. That is a massive throwback. Do you remember Jackie-Love and Baolan? We saw a lot of like the Varus Tahm Kench lane, the Ezreal Tahm Kench lane. It was aggressive as heck.
The thing is, so we haven't seen Knight play the Jace once this split yet. Of course, we've seen Rookie pick it up in the mid lane a few times. 369 has played it, and TS are once again setting up for a strong 1-3-1 comp, but now we're going to have a lot of global follow-up from that mid lane.
Win lane, win game, ladies and gentlemen. WE say, okay, we can play with that. Misfortune for Jelma.
Well, the thing is, it's not like WE aren't drafting strong early game champions as well, right?
Yep.
Olaf doing very good. Game 1, Lee Sin, Renekton, Syndra, so keeping the plan standard. And Jomung's most played champion is this Misfortune with 11 times, so WE heading towards that team fight, TS heading towards that side lane.
All right, I'll keep that in mind because WE's team fight has been exemplary so far. But now in the second ban phase, it's about getting rid of Knight's champion pool. One of them being the Silas, which has actually been one of his favorites this split as well. Gallia not going to get let through, and get ready because Teacham are probably going to lose another champion on the final one as well.
True, and if WE wants to stick to just banning out mid lane, it's like, sure, you can ban out the Echo, which is a strong side laning champion again, especially if you plan on picking up that Syndra in the mid lane. There aren't really too many other options. Ooh, instead wanting to take away a Zoe.
Are you talking about taking away Syndra? No, we're going to get Ornn off the table. Okay, so we've gotten rid of a couple of mids. We get rid of Morgan's most played. And now the question is, do you leave for that mid lane last pick, which WE rarely do?
It just doesn't seem like it fits WE's style. Ooh, but I'm actually completely wrong. And WE finally going towards that, going to pick up the set. Morgan, of course, having some good performances in their round 1 match against E-Star.
But what do you blind into mid?
Well, you just got your answer.
Thank you. Now, what do you pick into jungle? Quick. You got to be quick with this one.
If you're Karsa, you could, I was going to say, you just pick up something like a Lee Sin, would be very standard, gives you a lot of kill pressure in things like the mid lane, comboing very well with that Syndra.
But we've seen a lot of teams actually go towards something like the Graves, right? Lee Sin has been less prioritized. But for Karsa, one of his best champions.
The Graves would just be very awkward when you don't have a lot of setup in either your bot lane or your top lane. It'd be all about looking mid.
I don't care. Pause that. Stop that. Aurelion Sol.
This is not weird, Hysterics.
It's
they
not
always
about
do
weird.
this.
I love this champion, brother.
It's now his 3rd most played, tied with the Pantheon, and yeah, going to be really interesting to see how WE play this out, but we've seen them play this out many times.
However, Aurelion Sol is only played by one person, Teachamar's exclusive champion. Even though Knight's been playing it in solo queue, that doesn't make this any less pog going up against Knight Syndra.
Yeah, Though it's the mid lane matchup itself is going to be very interesting. Aurelion Sol, not a very interactive laner, really just wants to push and leave, going to look towards those side lanes. On the side of TES, though, it is going to be about fighting in these lanes early and then transitioning with 369 in a side lane, rotating first to take vision. Then you have a ton of siege potential coming out from Varus, Jace, Syndra.
And we talked about before, Top Esports get the balls rolling in the early game. It's kind of been their identity, along with this Divine 3 we keep talking about as well. For WE, though, what we saw last time against E-Star, I believe it was a Game 2 with Aurelion Sol, where Teacher Ma dictated these fights. And you and I were talking off stream about a really interesting dynamic that only Aurelion Sol can bring to players, about how he controls fights and really dictates pace.
True. He's very different in the sense of how he wants to play team fights. You are kind of like a middle line champion. You have like your front line, your tanks there. You'll have your backline AD carry sitting there, and you're trying to zone people out with your stars, dealing all of that damage from your passive.
Lyric, you may see it, but you rarely get to cast it.
I was going to say, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, Hysterix does not cast a lot of WE.
Well, now it's all about to change because fans. It's a hotel room. Okay, well, I thought they'd throw in Cat there, who is actually on the Chinese broadcast as we flip onto Summoner's Rift, folks. I apologize if I'm too overly excited for an Aurelion Sol. However, this is, again, his pocket pick, and WE have the momentum in the series. The 8th seed has run into the quarterfinal Top Esports with momentum in their side, and 369 is engaged upon. We're in an early game where the Jace at 50 seconds is going to have to back away. WE already starting to punch first here and ask some questions later.
I love this from WE. Of course, Olaf is a strong level 1 champion, but so is Set as well, coming from that passive with your right hand punches. Of course, Set's auto attacks do alternate hands.
Right hand punches, yeah, okay, I'm with you. I will say, though, 369 backing won't mean too much in the end. Didn't have to burn a summoner, can just walk back to lane. But it means a deep ward is easily enabled here by Morgan towards the blue side. And there he is on your screen. The dragon with 3 fireballs spinning around him. And for anyone that hasn't watched LPL, Teacher Ma always takes electrocute here. Always on this Aurelion Sol mid. Just the standard here.
Yep. Ever since the mini rework, it is the way most Aurelion Sols go. They don't take the phase rush anymore. You did get some movement speed added to your W once the stars recline. And also very easy to proc the electrocute with how fast your stars spin now.
No other rune choices that are different across the Rift, as you can see. Pretty much standard here. But note that JackieLove will be going for the lethality Varus here alongside Knight. So not only is Knight going to be doing the burst, JackieLove to follow up. This has been a combo we've seen a bit.
Yep, it looks great. It is the way that TS have set up their composition. We said that 369 ideally wants to be in the side lane, push out first. The rest of TS setting up Vision as a unit and then trying to poke out WE while they're in Fog of War or, you know, under their turrets.
Getting a closer look at Teacher Ma here, but also closer look at the trade. Knight's just going to walk against him here. Nice little Star Surge to trade back from Teacher Ma. Also note that he has the Time Warp tonic, so going to be nice and healthy here with the Corrupting Potion.
Going to take the Relentless Hunter for the movement speed and Minion Dematerializer to more easily clear out those caster minions later on.
As trading continues here in the mid lane. FPX, I know that has to be about the skins. They've just come out. Did you see them? Did you see the FPX skins? They look pretty good.
Who hasn't seen the FPX
I don't
skins?
know. If you've been hiding under a rock, I don't know what you do in your pastime.
We cast LPL. How would we not see the skins?
Yeah, what pastime? That's a good joke. Well, if we talk about winning lane, though, for Top Esports to bring you back into the game, you can see already 369, even after getting bullied out pre the 1 minute mark, has walked back and is still getting the shove here against Morgan with a massive wave yet to come. And Morgan just has to absorb this. That's good face breaker into the turret. Beisheng, however, going to be spotted out, but I think it might be a little bit too late. He's walking up and Beisheng decides not to go for the play. Instead of just go back and clear this ward.
Ooh, but Beisheng staying around.
Knight has the shove in this lane.
What is 369 doing?
I mean, he wants to kill this jungler. Does he have the damage? He's going to go for the full engagement. Beisheng low means he's going to start whooping out some as well. Walk away with the undertow thrown out.
Beisheng just going to stay around. Nope, going to go for the recall. If he had camps around, he would just be able to heal that back up with his W, but he doesn't, so going to recall, probably head to the bottom side of the map. 369 though, not having any mana. And when we go back to winning lanes, which is what you last talked about, we do expect 369 to have pressure in this top side. Especially once Knight hits 6, he will have some kill pressure in the mid lane with Karsa
Look
hovering.
towards mid. Karsa is now hovering towards Knight. Teachama in a bit of a pickle. Sonic Wave connects. Heal is burnt. He still has Flash. He's waiting for it. In front of him, it's the Star Surge. Karsa is feeling the universe with first blood over to Aurelion Sol.
Karsa misplaying, flashing a bit too late, and Teachama playing it so well. Once again, showing us why this is his signature pick.
The dive was there. Karsa used Flash for the cripple off of the Iron Tempest. And oh no. Big early start here as Beisheng now towards the bottom lane. Eaten up. Is Yuyuan jumping? He gets hooked on in by Missing. Flashes away. The Ignite down, and you can see why Missing's champion is this Thresh.
Doing so well, finding that flay onto Yuyanja and Beisheng, saying, hey, great job, Teachama, holding on in the mid lane, opening up an avenue for Beisheng to find a way into the bot lane.
Watch this one again.
Yep, and we see Teachama trying to quickly push out the wave. He does get the Sonic Wave ease, and then he flashed after he'd already hit the Q, so Teachama doing quite well.
And now, Karsa wants a bit of revenge. Raptors not helping out here as Karsa waiting for the Sonic Wave. Will it connect? Dodging away is Teachama. And Karsa not going to be landing that one either. So Teachama starting to get bullied by this Lee Sin. But he killed him before. So that's going to make that 10 CS a bit irrelevant now in the mid lane.
Yep, Teachama will be able to catch this wave with Beisheng and Missing hovering.
Beisheng has a bit more health. And remember, this Olaf might not be level 5, but still has the smite about to come up as Missing is a bit of a bro himself, right? I like that Joe called this the bro comp.
But we do see that Knight on this Syndra is going to have a lot of pressure in this 1v1, winning out so much in the CS department, 369 as well.
Bit off a tower plating. Beisheng is coming towards the top side. A Jace level 6 doesn't mean too much, and Morgan's going to be able to absorb this. He has the showstopper, the flash away after smacking him back, and now no summoner for this top side.
And with the last exchange we saw in the mid lane, I didn't see how Karsa ended up with choosing to farm his Raptors, but we really need to see him set up vision and continuously path towards his top side for 369 to be able to bully this matchup and get all the plates that he needs.
That's why you can see things like Control Ward, Scuttle Crab spawning as well, to deny that for top esports.
But for top, the name of the game is all about top and mid lane right now.
Yep.
It's the solo lane show, which has what it's been about all split with Jackie Love. Maybe we thought that would change a bit, but nope, it's still all about enabling 369 and Knight to do well.
Did you like my Divine 3 lyric? Because really, if people look at top esports, they go, oh my god, this roster has Karsa, Knight, and Jackie Love. They won't know 369 because it was his debut year last year, but 369, another top-tier top laner who is kind of building his brand in the LPL. Karsa, of course, you remember from MSI 2018, who won with RNG. Jackie Love, who 2018 World Champion, 2019 finalist. There's okay. 369 again. He has no summoners. Looks for the all-in engage, but the showstopper with the haymaker. And that's all he wrote. This top lane is going down.
Yeah, and 369 walking forward when that wave was pushing up to him. And once again, Karsa nowhere to be found. You would think, especially right now, he could just head towards that dragon and at least find something on the map, but still just farming his Krugs.
Beisheng really been active in these two games.
Yeah, he's finding ganks everywhere. He's been covering mid constantly. And again, when top esports are the one who draft these early winning lanes and you expect to see Karsa play around them heavily, no, it's Beisheng getting there first and really punishing the pushes coming out from 369 at night.
Because if we get to this late game, is it just going to be WE dominant? Are we going to look towards WE just being able to control fights with this Aurelion Sol? Missing, I'm not sure about that one, but does walk to try and suffer, or rather make Karsa suffer. But back to my question here, Lyric.
If TES aren't ahead, I don't really see them having a way to play out this game. Their comp needs to be able to push, get vision. They are very squishy. Their damage
here he comes, though. I'm going to have to pause you. Excuse me for the interruption. Never mind. Would you like to finish that point?
It's okay. We had some potential action, but for the damage on the side of TS, it doesn't scale very well. Of course, Lethal Ivaris not going to get much bigger after the 2-3 item mark. Same with 369 on this Jace. Misfortune's going to hit like a truck in the late game. You have a pretty good front line coming out from both Morgan and Beisheng. So yeah, when it comes to team fights in the late game, WE should win out. TS need to get an early game advantage.
At the moment, they don't have that at all. 500 gold lead here for WE. Even though that roam down the bottom side doesn't work out, pressure being applied across the map here. As Knight manages to find his blue buff, pulls in Teacherma once again with the Dark Passage. But now with this priority, they're heading up towards this Herald. Jomung and missing both moves.
Yeah, but we don't see TS even wanting to contest this. They're just going to take plates in the bottom side, but still, WE are going to lose out on experience. And unless W can make some kind of big play with this, it doesn't hurt you too much as TS.
Okay.
Never mind, they're going to be able to find this top lane turret immediately with 369 already getting shots.
He's getting bullied again in another game. The flash forward, they don't find the undertow, but the death sentence lands onto 369. Played back onto Beishang. The trade comes first here from Top Esports as the bullet time used to get the final kill. The destruction here still coming through for WE. Is Morgan now going to die? Everyone obliterated. Top with their first big trade.
And something we completely missed, TS having that double TP available, so just following up on that dive and, again, picking up some much-needed kills.
Top Esports now with a gold lead. You talked about getting ahead in this early game. They've finally got something to work with here. With all that attention, WE have been playing towards the top side.
And now Jackie Love once again picking up waves while Jomung isn't. Here we see them go for the dive. Actually, Beishang's flash was pretty confusing. They aren't able to find the damage with Karsa hovering. We see both Jackie Love and Knight TPing in, landing the CC to also delete Jomung. Morgan then left in a really awkward position, and TS cleaning him up as well.
Kills going over to the mid lane to AD Carry, who picks up one there, and Jackie Love. Also note that we saw Jackie Love up in this top side, but now has moved back towards bottom with his Time Kenji. Teacherma a bit too far forward. Unleashed power not available, but heal burnt by Teacherma. That's a mistake here out of the Aurelion Sol, who is actually almost 30, 40 CS behind.
Yeah, so Knight has done a very good job at least abusing this matchup. We haven't seen Teacherma find really any avenues into the side lanes other than that one time where no kill happened, so hasn't been too successful on this Aurelion Sol, but it doesn't matter when Beishang's been consistently finding ganks in both side lanes.
Also note that with that kill now, with that CS difference, means that Knight is definitely going to be firmly ahead, as Ripchild going to be dropped in the top lane here. For Top Esports, the response across the map, right now, not much.
And I feel like Karsa has really misread the map pretty poorly this game, not giving any support to 369. You actually don't have any option to really play around the bottom half of the map. 369, not going to be a strong side lane threat going into the mid stages of the game.
Between two item builds right now, has the pickaxe, has the phage as well. So it looks like we're going to see Black Cleaver on this Jace.
Again, not sure. It looked like he was going towards that early Manamune, but then at the last second decided not to after having some attention paid to his lane from Beishang.
Could be the Edge of Night that comes through in the end. 369 pivots towards that path.
And right now, WE feel fine. Yu Yanja does not have that ultimate up on Tahm Kench, so not going to be able to make any plays towards the mid lane with that. We've seen Karsa has not been able to find an impact in the top side of the map, so Morgan feeling really good in this 1v1 matchup, and now it's going to be all about can they open up the Aurelion Sol to start moving. But if you're WE, you actually feel fine just waiting for the next dragon to spawn as well.
Okay. 35 seconds till that comes up. Top Esports with a slight gold lead still, an advantage. So around this dragon, I guess we'll see the lethality out of Jackie Love, which already in lane has started hurting missing. Knight as well, the level 10 Syndra, who has the Luden's Echo, is going to be quite large and in charge too. As Chains of Corruption, lethality dead. Taste my tongue, says Yu Yanja.
Great pick coming out from Jackie Love. He's really the member. Him and Knight right now need to start doing the heavy lifting with 369 falling behind and Karsa not having an impact.
Good scout of the week onto Beishang. Can't follow the engage from Teacherma. Knight just continues pushing here. Dragon now up and easy set, easy done here for Top Esports.
I love... See, now, we talked about IG early on as a comparison. This is a very IGS playstyle where your jungler doesn't actually influence your lanes at all, and they just straight up win their 2v2s and 1v1s and take turrets.
Well, bullet time used to clear the way. Meanwhile, Morgan will pick up the first turret, though, while Dragon goes down, but a couple more waves, and Jackie Love, Yu and Joe will do the same. Even Knight in the mid lane here. Unleashed power available. Teacherma getting zoned out.
And this is so massive from Knight this game, keeping Teacherma under his turret.
Yeah.
Not able to get those fights in the bottom half of the map they'd like. Pretty much relegating Beishang to continuously punishing 369.
Haven't seen anything out of Teachma bar that first blood. Top Esports get a turret towards the bottom side. That's pretty big here for Jackie Love. So, welcome to Top Esports early gold lead at 14 minutes.
And we do actually see 369 going for the tier, so he's going to go towards that mana mune, but going to be very behind on getting that stacked up into a Mira mana.
Watching a replay here at the bottom left, 369 actually had to flash away. By the way, Missing just took that blue buff. I'm sure Teachma very upset about that one.
Still, though, actually TS not in as bad of a position as we thought, just from the fact of Jackie Love and Knight winning their lane straight up, picking up that bot lane turret, going to be able to push the mid lane turret down, even just putting 3 or 4 members in that lane. And we see 1,600 gold.
I mean, again, Jackie Love and Knight in the position to carry, right? Game 1, they were so fed, but WE seemed to have their number from the mid-game onwards, so we need to see more conclusive play as Jackie Love is now rotated to the mid lane. 3 people here, actually Knight sticking around. They really want this outer turret.
Like we already said, they can just move 3 or 4 members over. Going to be very easy for them to take this.
Yep.
Now it's going to be all about transitioning this into vision for River. No objective up yet, but we do expect to see Rift Herald up soon. 369, though, sadly, just going to continuously suffer in that bot lane.
He's like, oh, right now, I got the mana mune. May as well stack this one up. He's been suffering both games, right? There's been a lot of focus from WE on 369 here in this series.
Which is extremely different to the WE we saw in the regular season, which just left Morgan on an island, played heavily towards the bottom half of the map, but still worked out for them in game 1. But TS have the lead that they need. They're going to be able to get this Herald, and they're making their way to just stacking 4 dragons.
I mean, on top of that, Knight in the top lane is going to get this turret as well. And there's no way Teachma can go anywhere near because they don't have vision of Castle right now, or rather they know he's a Rift Herald nearby. WE like, we'll make the trade, trying to keep gold at a relevant point so that they can outscale this team, but we're so far away from that with Top Esports pushing forward.
And yeah, they're just doing so well. This looks very similar to the last mid-game, though, where TS do such a good job of just controlling pressure in all 3 lanes.
There's going to be a capture here, though. Jomong, oh, is he dead? No, he'll flash away just in time, but Knight is pushing this one. And Top Esports, this is so fast.
It's a bit of a base race because look in the bottom side, they were able to take that inner turret, but of course TS have the Rift Herald, so they're going to be able to threaten an inhibitor right now.
Inhibitor turret is just going to go down here as well. WE are back, but not in time. Teleport for the flank. It's Morgan. Showstopper available. Tom Kench there. They don't know he's here. Ultimate, not going to come through first. Morgan onto the back line here. 369 is the target, but no one from WE here just yet. Haymaker being saved. Voice of Light gets the slow from the Aurelion Soul, but Morgan still on an island with that Scat of the Week from Knight. Line him up, take him down. Top Esports are left only with an angry Olaf, but is that enough to stop them? No way! Knight says that's the end of the play.
And Knight and Jackie Love playing so well in this fight. Again, they completely abuse the opponents on the opposite side of the lane, getting ahead and now finding these advantages for TES.
Knight Syndra, another level, man. Another level. Top Esports with a massive lead now. At 3.5K and then some. At 17 minutes is something that's going to be hard to come back from.
TES drafted this comp that needs to be ahead. They have the Lethality Varus, they have things like the Syndra and the Jace. Here, Morgan trying to find the flank, but the rest of WE not close enough to follow. And once again, just like game 1, having no real consistent engage, just having to run forward. TS doing a great job kiting back. Look at Knight doing so much with that Scout of the Week. Karsa finding a way in there as well, kicking Jomong into the rest of his team. Doesn't matter if he goes down in the end. And then, ooh, Baishong so aggressive with that flash, but it doesn't matter. Look at Knight cleaning up the rest of the fight.
Baishong now actually might be caught out here. The power is there. Yuan just spits him back. Dark Passage can't be taken. And Chains of Corruption on the Missing. He's just going to die as well. 2 more kills. Top Esports are taking this one under their reins.
And the really interesting thing is, once again, even looking at the side of WE, both compositions kind of need to be ahead in the sense that when you don't have reliable engage, right, you either need to rely on Missing hitting a hook like they did in game 1, or you need to be able to bait the enemy into you. When you're behind, you have no way of baiting the enemy into you. They dictate where they go on the map.
The Aurelion Soul falls to the wayside here, with Knight more successful in the mid lane. Another turret's going to go down. Almost 7,000 gold. Castle also setting up the Cloud Soul. Bullet time used to clear the way, but another one almost there as well. Teachima in a flanking position with Morgan. While Dragon goes down. 369 spotted down here. Can WE find anything? Even then, it looks difficult.
At this point, it's so hard to walk into an area that TS controls. You're walking in blind. They have so much vision control. You're going to get hit by things like the piercing arrows and the Qs coming out from Jace. And there we do see how they did get those picks in the jungle. Just great play coming out from TS.
But
some missteps from WE.
Let's come back to this because we were harping on at the start of this show about how top esports dictate the early game. It looked troublesome with that dive from Caster in the mid lane. It looked like WE could stall this out. But now finally we get the taste of top esports that we were setting up earlier today.
Well, and that dive was pretty bad coming out from Karsa, but it doesn't actually change the dynamic of the matchup. Aurelion Sol will never have solo pressure against the Syndra. Again, especially after that level 6 point when Syndra does have the ultimate available to her. And we were never able to see Beishang actually get into the mid lane himself, which would have been really massive to start this snowball with Teacher Mom moving around the map, instead putting all of his focus into the top side. And again, overall, it worked out well for the early game. Once it got to this mid game, you actually have no way of moving around the map as a unit.
Came down to top esports, really exerting that advantage as they're doing right now. Knight versus Teacher Ma. This one looking to go towards Knight with a 2-level lead and Magi's.
And you know what I love? Look in TS's jungle with their control wards, making sure that WE can't find flanks, because that's really the only way they're going to find and engage onto someone like Knight or Jackie Love, is Morgan coming behind with that ultimate, coordinating with the rest of WE.
All right, forward they go. 369 still bot. Teleport as mentioned. Beishang, he wants to get something here, but now going to be spotted out. I mean, Caster's on his way.
Think about it, Hysterics. WE can't just run forward. They rely on
Nope, they cannot. You're right. Missing's dead. All right, 4 versus 5 for quite a while as Morgan now caught on out. Forward time going to be used. That does actually no damage.
I was going to say WE rely on someone from TS making a mistake. No one on top's making a mistake this time. Actually, it's WE making the mistakes, and TS are punishing hard.
As a unit, 5 members forward, almost a 10k gold lead at this point. Inhibitor's going to be broken. They're going on the top one as well at 21 minutes. The base in shambles for World Elite.
Yeah, gonna be able to take this inhibitor as well. And once again, WE not able to find a way in. Ooh!
Not gonna flash away, unleash power used over the side. The death sentence there on Tom Kench as well. Sonic Wave, Cast goes in for the resonating strike, and a 3-man kick. Nicely done here from one of the best Lee Sins. A good voice of light, but now that voice of light is dead. Morgan to follow, and top esports are just way too far ahead. Team WE are gonna meet their maker here in this second game. And I gotta say, Lyric, finally, as they flash forward, they kill Jomong, and Missing tries to find them as well. We have a series, and top esports finally came to the table with what we expected them to at the start of this one.
Top esports getting those strong early lanes.
Ooh. What are you oohing about? There's nothing there.
There is something there. It looked hype, but you're right, nothing actually happening in the end.
One apiece. Top esports finally show us what we wanted to see. Now we got a series on our hands.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, again, they drafted winning lanes once again, but this time able to get going much earlier with that Syndra from level 1.
Yep.
And Knight and Jackie Love looking insane.
Jackie Love, good laning phase. Knight just destroyed Teacher Ma. That Aurelion Sol I thought was going to take over the game. Never happened, as you said in game so well. He took over the lane, and Aurelion Sol could never leave. Teacher Ma was stuck in mid.
That was the thing, right? We didn't actually see TS come together as a team early on. Karsa pretty much stayed in his own jungle, farming up, taking some neutral objectives, while Jackie Love and Teacher Ma just kept their opposing laners under their turrets. And Beishang didn't ever find an avenue into those lanes, really. He did gank bot once, but doesn't mean too much. We would have needed to see him get into the mid lane. Wasn't able to do that. Teacher Ma never left lane. That's not what you want as an Aurelion Sol.
I mean, I believe this is his very first loss on Aurelion Sol as well, right? Galio, Aurelion Sol, these are his 2 best champions from Spring. And at this point, you go, okay, not many teams have been able to push down this Aurelion Sol pick. Top Esports showed us that they can, and second of all, that they can actually play out this series. Because I was getting worried there for a second, but Top Esports rekindled their strength.
I was going to say, it's funny to say you were worried there for a second when this was a 22-minute win, right?
But I was worried when Aurelion Sol, when Carson made that dive, right? Like, you see that play and you go, Oh no, a top esports shambling.
Even just looking at top lane, right? We saw TS doing nothing on the map. Again, we didn't get too many close-ups on how hard they were winning their lane on the bottom half of the map, but still we saw 369 really struggling with Beishang putting all his attention. They were like, oh my god, what are top esports doing? But still, they knew what they were doing the whole time. Again, probably the most dominant win of the LPL so far.
Yep.
Yeah, looking great.
You got to look towards 369, you know, absorbing all that pressure, and you think, poor 369, but it does enable the rest of this map from top esports, and yep, what you expect. Knight and Jack in love with the most damage yet again here. And now things get a little bit interesting, because you expect WE to change draft once again.
Yeah, and this was WE's bread and butter composition, just TS doing such a great job of punishing it. We see things like the early Jace pick. Sure, didn't actually pan out in the way it was supposed to, but it at least pulled all of WE's pressure topside and let the rest of TS do what they wanted.
And Morgan, who was set ahead by all the pressure, never actually made anything, right? We saw these flanks come through where Morgan struggled to actually make an impact with the rest of WE.
Let's be honest, by the time we actually saw the one flank he was able to get off, it was pretty much too late. TS were ahead a few thousand gold. They had complete control of WE's jungle. The rest of his team wasn't able to follow up, and
and we get to a point where we see what top esports are capable of when they actually just play with, I guess it's a more stable game plan than game one, right? Like we do see that side lane come through, but Knight on the Syndra yet again, holding control of the mid lane, because if you go 1 versus Knight, you don't normally come out ahead.
No, but still, we did see that same level of dominance in game one didn't translate to a win, so there are still windows there for WE to execute on, but great job to see TS clean it up this time around.
At least take us to 1 apiece. We're going to go to game 3 right after this break to see what happens next. I'm excited. You should be too. We'll see you soon.
感觉有点蠢蠢欲动的感觉。
妖姬下来压一下，
小魏还在旁边。
是羊，又抢到了！哇，这一场魏已经抢到了2条龙了，而且千珏直接被妖姬给打残。杨林升起已经用过了，这波奥恩闪现一技能击飞3个人，就梦交出了一个闪现，但是他正面只能打得到奥恩，感觉打不动啊。奥拉夫已经直接贴进去了，正面没有了杨林升起的一个反冲打逼，这波团战感觉要溃败，勾了一个奥拉夫，最后是机器人拿下了这个人头，但是后续奥恩直接顶在前面，撞出了旧梦的一个守护天使，4个人直接压起身，妖姬拿下这个 shutdown。挖掘机都还没有赶到的时候，感觉旧梦就双人主狙吃完河道线回来的位置没有一起走，布隆没有保护到维鲁斯。
侧一边巨魔的柱子卡了一下威的位置，威应该是要交闪现跑了，闪现跟
杀，再一加 A 拿掉了。哇，这样
其实刚才旧梦这波太不小心了，因为他们辅助区也先看这波，
泰坦的钩子被勾断了，直接用闪现要走，但 Wink 这样反而要死。觉得很奇怪，没看到鳄鱼的一个位置，鳄鱼的位置应该已经步入了，两边都想要拼一下惩戒。土龙是回到了自己的龙坑的一个位置，这时候忽然
这波开到了，不是了，小威这边被秒掉。
但小西的进场也是遇到了很多人，
非常完美啊！
是，但家里要反手，有一个反手进场的一个效果，给到了旧梦反手输出的一个机会。这波发出了一个折进直接 A 死了正面的一个小白。
回身非常果断，直接 run 大龙。
这是打 B 的一波机会，看一下1打4打5怎么处理。奥恩有没有踢？
小白有踢在手里的。
踢正面打 B 这波应该会打到底，或者是看一下
这个勾的奥拉夫已经被打半血。
但开大直接过来拉了一个灯笼出去以后，奥拉夫还有2次进场的一个机会，把小白的一个龙珠之神照进来。小白直接跟大龙一样扛在进来，但是有一个杨林升级，小白用一技能在利用大龙坑击飞了3个人，最后木头之矛是被小白直接单人给喷死了。大龙还在做输出，感觉打 B 这波是没办法把大龙给杀掉。
小白还活着，一直顶着成吨的伤害，这一波
奥拉夫再一个毁灭打击把 Morgan 直接给杀掉，大龙已经回血了，没办法呀。 现在是没有自己的一个诸神黄昏，有没有抢大龙的一个机会？
来了 ，DD 位置绕后了。
但这波打 B 的一个指挥是什么？这边应该是打团，大龙要放掉了。
停手了这个位置。
这波不想要跟这边拼一个惩戒，
这波应该是看到鳄鱼的位置了。怎么说？先打鳄鱼，偷了鳄鱼的抗性，
直接逼出了一个金身，兰博的大招也下下去，但是烤的效果好像一般，只有看到一个前排。
打到的是前排啊，这个兰博没有打出足够的 AOE 效果。
是正面进场的一个泰坦以及鳄鱼都已经被秒掉了，维鲁斯拿下了一个3杀。感觉已经是4杀了，夸张 Q 剩下一个小威。
5杀得不得？
这波应该没有要拼5杀，因为有人已经去 TP 代加了。
应该是要给5杀。
给5杀吧，这个。
哦，还是被留住了这波的柱子。那这样的话，5杀
，5杀了
就梦最后拿到了。
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mr. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lamborghinis on the whip.
Oh, we're into a game 3, aren't we? Yes, we are, to conclude that answer for you, because Top Esports had a dominant game 2 win. And here we are at 1 apiece. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric. I'm joined by WE, who need to fight their way back from that one. But Top Esports, who Jackie Love has been given the MVP to. Lyric, this man played well. I think all of Top Esports played well.
Yeah, they all did a pretty good job. I mean, let's be honest, 369 worked with what he got, but Jackie Love on the other side of the map just doing such a good job at dominating his laning phase, taking his turret pretty much to a straight-up 2v2. We saw him constantly punishing mistakes from the side of WE and performing so well in these team fights.
It was confidence, right? Like, again, what do we expect out of the only ever IG-80 carry? The second organization, by the way, here in Top Esports. But the only ever IG-80 carry was so confident with these plays in lane, so confident to make the plays himself. And with Jackie Love here in this game, that's what we saw. Just another day in the office here for this world-class champion.
I was going to say, we've seen that he's a world champion for a reason. Even last split, being a semi-finalist at Worlds. So again, a lot of accolades for this player, and showing up in the second game especially, you know, why he's so renowned.
Again, no champion outside of his wheelhouse as well. I know you still want to see the Draven. I agree with you. We saw on the side of WE, though, we saw a unique pick in the Aurelion Soul. I was excited for it. I saw that first blood go over to Teacher Ma. But then from there, WE's mid laner didn't actually get to go out of lane.
Well, and it feels like it really came down to the draft where TS had ways. They didn't need to, right? We saw Karsa try to go mid early, but they didn't necessarily need to use their ways to influence the mid lane. Just Knight was able to do that himself. And Beishang on, you don't think of Olaf plus Aurelion Sol as this combo that really comes together, sets each other up, and has the damage to win out in a straight 2v2 or find a kill on a Syndrome.
Yeah, it was like both people wanted their comfort pick, right? Like Beishang, Olaf is one of his most played throughout his competitive career in the LPL. So we see WE a couple of kinks in the armor, I guess, here in that second game where they couldn't scale it out. They couldn't get past Top Esports onslaught in the early game. And I said that in game 2, that finally it feels like Top Esports played to the style that we knew them for at the end of the season.
Yep, for TS, it's all about getting ahead in these lanes and then using that pressure to pull enemies across the map, take these objectives so well. And for WE, it's all about enabling your mid-jungle to find these team fights. We saw that game that TS were the ones to execute on the way they like to play the game.
If Teacher Ma doesn't get out of lane, it's like, okay, what can WE work with here, right? At least game 1, he moved to a side lane, he was still on the map and came towards these fights ready, guns blazing. Game 2, he couldn't do that. So for WE fighting back here in the draft, still, for the 8th seed, it was a great start to the series. We're going to see how they go up against Top Esports in Game 3. I was told WE have chosen blue side here for side selection. So remember, loser gets to pick sides for the next game, which importantly, WE deciding to go back towards blue side and see what they can get. We go into Game 3, and Lyric, sir, he's never going to get Pantheon, is he?
No, he is not, because not even just the Pantheon pick itself, but it sets up Beishang for his Echo, and no one wants to see that. That champion is so... Beishang is so strong with that champion, but going to be interesting to see now with TS on red side, especially with Knight having that counter pick.
But you know what's kind of funny to me? WE have said, let's ban Thresh and not give that to Yu Yanja. That's Yu Yanja, excuse me to correct myself. Missing's best champion on the side of WE.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. I guess they're afraid of them taking it away on first rotation red side like they've been doing. But still, limiting yourself and not having a pick against it is pretty strange. You know, we've seen things like the Nautilus do quite well in the laning phase itself. But WE actually going to be the ones to go towards this Kalista. We've seen Jomung's Kalista looks pretty good.
I mean, Jomung's Kalista is one of the best here in playoffs because they're one of the teams we've seen the most, right? So at this point, I would say WE, okay, they're set up for their Taric Kalista lane. But Jackie Love can do this one again.
Yeah, if you're Jackie Love, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just go towards Zavars, having that strong early laning phase, being able to fight Jomung and missing. The thing I want to see here is, do you just go for a strong jungler early? Like, do you try to take away the Olaf, or do you say, hey, we want to go towards something that has more ganking potential like the Lee Sin, like we had last game, and you know, you can have the Olaf, you're not going to find an avenue into the mid lane.
So far, we've just seen the Olaf and Lee Sin, right? Like, it's been pretty standard for these two guys. Karsa's Lee Sin, you saw this at MSI in 2018. You know why Karsa's considered one of the best Lee Sins here in the world. There's a lot of them in the jungle, but Karsa definitely sits amongst. As WE, Lyric, is it happening?
I don't see why it wouldn't. This has been Teacher Ma's pretty much best champion in his recent performances. Also opens up all of Beishang's jungle options because, right, Galio has all the setup for a champion like an Olaf, or if you want to go towards something like a Kindred or a Graves, so...
Even the Kalista Taric, right? Like, you talk about all-in, the ability to make Jomung invulnerable, then just whack him down. We'll see now, because still, you talk about jungler. Beishang maybe wants to go early here, but instead, no, top lane.
And TS have a few options right now. I was going to say they can go towards an Enchanter. Something like Yuumi is a great pick into the likes of a Taric if you really want to put some heavy predator on the bot side. But no, they handshake the lane and go for Braum.
Oh, not Braum. How boring, Lyric. Okay, that's all right. Hey, guys, don't snooze just yet. We got solo lanes to fill out here for Top Esports, and we also got a solo lane and a jungler for WE. But you can see Top Esports say you're not going to get Galio. You want Morgan's Renekton. Well, it comes at a price.
Yeah, I like this ban coming out from TS. We saw when they do run this Galio comp and have Renekton in the top side, they actually do look for a lot of dives for Morgan early on in the game, so not going to enable him to do that. Again, not going to give that setup for Beishang for these easy ganks into the mid lane.
You also need a bit of AP damage on the side of WE, right? We've got the Kalista, Taric, Renekton already building up the AD through those carries. Top Esports say, okay, we've taken away the Galio. What else does Teach 'em Up play?
You can take away the Rumble, I was going to say, if you want, but no, instead opting into the Elise. Of course, Elise very, very strong in the early game. Maybe afraid of them trying to snowball on 369 once again. Maybe he's the one that called for that ban, honestly.
Yeah,
Renekton
maybe.
Elise looks very scary.
I'd be fed up if you're 369 at this point. Whatever can make his life a little bit easier. Because Beishang has picked a lane to really decide the fate of WE here in this series. And it is 369's lane, it seems. So with the Elise taken away, you can see there's another mid lane ban. WE really trying to tunnel out of Knight.
Maybe this time, if you're TS, you just go towards a nice weak side top laner, pick up something like the Ornn or the Mordekaiser that can survive any onslaught that WE are going to throw your way. But actually, if they do decide to pick up the Syndra, Knight did play the lane so well, and it actually shuts down pretty much all the champions that Teacherma likes to play.
So now what have you got left? I mean, you've got the Galio, Pantheon, denied away by the Syndra.
It seems like out of the champions that Teacherma plays well,
Nocturne.
you have the Rumble or you have the Aurelion Sol once again, but you wouldn't want to go towards the A-Sol after what happened last game. If you're going to go towards the Rumble, I think it's going to be really important to see what Beishang goes for in the jungle, maybe something like the Rek'Sai.
You want to see the Rek'Sai? He says, I'm going to go Olaf.
Once again, though, if Karsa just puts everything towards the mid lane, you actually don't have a lot of setup for WE. Sure, you should win in the straight-up 2v2 early on, but I feel like this is very exploitable by TS.
And you also talked about weak side top lane just to finish off draft. Well,
Just
for
do
369, yeah, he's been bullied out long enough. Let's just play the Ornn. At least you can have the potential of a turnaround in the dive.
I like it, actually, because now we see TS going towards that straight front-to-back team fight with a good front line coming out from the Braum and the Ornn. And we see WE, just, again, classic WE, all-inning on the early game. Going to try and get Teacherma to move with this Rumble, push first, walk towards the side lanes or towards a Dragon fight, drop that Equalizer, and Morgan on this strong disruption champion in the Renekton.
Do you think there's going to be more impact here from Teacherma, though? Because, like, in game number 2, his Aurelion Sol, again, didn't get out of the mid lane. This time with the Rumble, is there that same opportunity again?
To me, it's all about junglers, right?
Okay.
If Beishang hovers towards the mid lane, Rumble should still be able to push just fine, make his way into the river, so on and so forth.
Yep.
If Karsa can get in there, right, you have a lot of setup. You have Scout of the Week into Sonic Wave, going to be very easy to find these kills. Rumble not a very mobile champion. To me, that's the decider of this game, right? Who's going to get in and impact this mid lane?
Because then if we get towards, mid-game, we get around objectives. If WE find an early lead, composition like that we've seen before here in the LPL with the Kalista Tarek, the snowball very real here with the Cosmic Radiance combined with the Equalizer.
Yeah, no, straight up early and mid-game teamfights, WE should just roll over TS. The good thing for them is they have a lot of long-range tools to work with. We have a Varus, we have a Syndra, so don't have to worry too much about that Taric ultimate early on, and you should be able to keep WE at arm's length. The good thing, like you said, is they do have that Equalizer to drop on top of them and dissuade them from walking into the objective.
Well, it all comes down to this, right? Because game 3, this is where you get the series lead, series point here for either Top Esports or WE. It's been a good one so far. I don't know, a lot of fans out there, as we see. Dabbing, man, they keep bringing back. Well, as I was saying, the fans would be going, hang on, WE, good start to the series, but Top Esports finally fighting back means we're at the stalemate here, one that will be broken by this third game. Let's jump onto the Rift once again for very different compositions once more here in game 3.
Yeah, we've seen 3 different game, like compositionally, we've seen 3 completely different games. This time TS opting into this front-to-back team fight. And WE just going back to their mid-game strength. I really want to see if WE can get Teacherma to start influencing side lanes. Of course, you're going to have pressure from Morgan early on, so even he can try and hover towards mid, help unlock Teacherma from the lane, and head towards these dragon fights.
Also want to note that Jackie Love has gone for Comet once again. Good thing to track here for Jackie Love. So 2 Lethality Virus games in a row. But I said this a little bit in the early game of last game, but what we've seen here in the LPL is like with the LeBlanc Virus, the Zoe Virus, even the Syndra Virus, we see that pairing being so potent. You get locked down by one Scout of the Week, and a Virus arrow comes flying through after that, and you're essentially dead or left out of the fight.
The thing I love about it is if you can have a good wave control, get on the objective first and set up that vision, it's so dangerous for the enemy team to walk into, even one member walking into a choke point, like you just said, scatter the weak into an arrow, you're pretty much dead.
Now a different dynamic with 369 in the top lane. Just start with junglers though, because on the top side, Carson spotted out on his red buff starting there, crossing all the way to blue while Beishang's still hovering towards his top side.
If you're Karsa, you are not going to pay any attention towards the top lane.
Oh, Jackie Love. Ouchies. That's the Halo Blades Callista for you.
I was going to say, this is what Callista does, has such a strong level 1. And when you have such a strong support matchup, you can even just start your Rend, win out in these extended trades. And you see how much damage she has. They're just getting zoned off the wave, but Karsa not even going to be able to look for an option to get into this lane with Beishang heading bot as well.
I mean, I guess it was expected here from Jackie Love. He started corrupting potions, so nothing like the Cull, nothing like a Doran's shield. Straight into the sustain here with the potions available. So Jackie Love forced back in the wave while Beishang now moving towards the bottom side himself. He talked about Karsa, of course he's not going to find his way in, so he moves all the way up and is going to keep clearing.
Yep, and Rumble will have an early hard time in this lane early on. Of course, Syndra is ranged. Very hard to just walk forward and use your Flame Spitter on her when she could just use Scatter the Weak to push you away.
Good tracking here on Karsa. Yet again, spotted out by another WE ward. Jomong and Missing are moving. Karsa can actually just hop over the wall here, so he should be fine.
He's been collapsed on.
Oh, he does use the ward, excuse me. But there you go. Hop over the ward, and Scuttle Crab now going to be contested. Yunji are actually going to take the undertow. Beishang has a blue buff, so Mana's going to come through. The door is up. Karsa now joining the fight, but the Dazzle's there. Jackie Love doesn't use the flash. Maybe a bit of disrespect is going to cost him as the Rend is available. Jomong forward. He goes and gets first blood. The knockdown here with the concussive blows means it is a trade. And Knight coming down means it could be pretty dangerous. As here we go again. The Dazzle only hits one, and that's not enough. Karsa with 2 kills.
And we saw when that started that in a straight-up 3v3 or 4v4 in the early stages of the game, WE does come out ahead. Jomong going so far forward for that kill, though, does end up equalizing it and Missing, trying to follow up, make sure he doesn't die, just gives another one over to TS coming out from Yu Yanja's passive.
Massive wave to push through. Okay, Yu Yanja is just like, I'm going to put the wave in a good position here for the cost of most of my life. Jackie Love, you talk about good positions after that one, getting the shove through here as well.
Yep, I love this from TS, ensuring that bounce back so they're going to be in a good state once they return to this lane. Here we see Beishang running forward, and we see all the damage coming out from WE early on. Aren't able to land the stun onto Yu Yanja, but still they get it on Jackie Love. He has to flash away, but Jomong going so aggressive right there. Now look, Missing and Jomong are both in lethal for TS. And very easy for them to find both kills.
Now, I know, you know, for Jomong, maybe he didn't have to do that, but I tell you what, he's coming out of his shell here in playoffs. Like, Jomong fighting that first blood, that's a bit of a surprise.
We saw him play like this a lot early on in the split. Typically wouldn't work out as well as it been during playoffs.
Yeah.
But since playoffs have started, he's typically known his limits very well and does come out on top of those exchanges.
Well, even though he picked up first blood, Vampire Accepted picked up here. He's returned to lane and picked up CS2.
You know what's massive, though? Right now, Karsa has completed his jungle item and has 2 longswords, so any mid-jungle, top jungle 2v2 is going to be favored for TES.
Lyric, you know what's upsetting? It's not finished just yet. It's just the 2 longswords, almost warriors, though.
Yep.
But further to your point, the 2 longswords are going to make a bit of difference here, as he's spotted out on a ward that's been placed by Morgan.
Yeah. And like you just said, this changes the dynamic of any 2v2 or 3v3 on the map. Karsa should always come out ahead.
Yeah.
But this ward spot on the map actually leads to WE being able to threaten for the dragon. Knight's going to hover over, but it doesn't look like it means anything.
Looking for a scatter the weak. Missing just dodges away from that one, so easy done. As Yu Yanja comes forward a little bit. Jomong unable to follow that one, otherwise could have been pretty bad. So Ocean Dragon to start the game off.
Overall, very good for WE because they need to stack 4 dragons. We've already said this is the early mid-game composition that needs to snowball. Also, a nice thing is you do see Cloud Drake coming up next, so it does set up the possibility of an Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
So that's something you'd really love to get, and 369 now just going to push out this wave, has already bought the Sheen, so going to go towards that Iceborne Gauntlet.
Oh, we don't like Iceborne though, do we?
We
I
don't.
think the community consensus is it's his worst item.
It's just, you just rather have the upgraded amount of health as compared to the mana.
True.
Iceborne Gauntlet's good when you're faced against an all AD composition, though, of course. Just getting that extra armor, always nice.
Which the majority of it WER, bar the Rumble.
I would also say once you get past laning phase, like your trade and your play pattern doesn't set you up to consistently, you know, use the proc of that item.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So, well, you're going to see it anyway, so we're going to have to deal with it. But at least in this lane, I mean, 369 already bullying out Morgan to an extent.
I mean, the good thing, though, is, right, you are at least facing a triple AD comp. All of the magic damage is going to be coming out from Teacher Ma.
Yeah. Hey, Castle's on the bottom side of this map. I think this ping's going down. Maybe
Yeah.
a gut feeling? No, did he walk over a ward? He didn't.
I mean, look, we see that Beishang is invading Karsa's topside jungle.
Okay.
So, really, with some deduction skills, you can figure out where he's likely to be. So, great job coming out of WE's bot lane.
Now disappearing back into the mid-river here. Level 6 on Beishang. Knight gonna have to scatter the weak someone. Unleash power is available here. Onto the mid-rumble. Casa to finish him off. That went really the wrong way for Top Esports. Oh, sorry, for WE, I should say.
And this is what happens when you draft something like a Syndra Lee Sin, right? Very easy to hit that CC, give an easy time for Lee Sin to get in there, and they find the kill for onto Teacher Ma. And we've seen that this is when WE struggles. Even during the regular split, when these two teams faced up against each other, we saw once WE, when Teacher Ma was forced onto the Diana.
Oh, hang on, we're crisping up Knight here. Equalizer, flash, the burn, not enough. He didn't have any mana, so Teacher Ma came in guns blazing.
Still, great job to force that flash from Knight. Not going to be able to play as aggressively in the lane, but with Karsa consistently shadowing, is still going to make it all right to try and do that.
And Karsa's big, actually going to be spotted on the ward and back going to be stopped here as well. You got a quick replay in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Karsa now going to be backing once again, while Beishang, who has had a bit more control of objectives this game, is going to pick up the Herald.
Yeah, Beishang just, whenever he sees Karsa do something on the map, does head to the other side and picks up the objective. So great job of getting the Herald. This comp does really need this to try and turn it into some kind of objective lead. And you didn't lose out on any CS or experience in any lanes.
Look at Beishang though, if you're talking CS, just through the jungle, Beishang has a level lead at the moment over Karsa. But Warriors chant completed here for the Lee Sin. He's also got that extra longsword in hand now as well. Beishang, funnily enough, has also gone Warriors on the Olaf. We don't actually see that much anymore.
No, we do typically see a lot of teams going towards that Cinder Hulk now, but I think just trying to snowball your advantage is the right call. Once it gets to the mid and late game, your team comp, it's going to be very hard to come out ahead regardless. And we even see now, right? Teacher Ma's not able to actually move with this Rumble, drop the equalizers like you'd want. Knight is just keeping him in lane, and TS are just executing where they're stronger. They're like, hey, we know we're better laners than you. We're going to capitalize where we know we're best.
Especially around Knight, right? It's always a game plan for Top Esports. They rely on their savior Knight, who's been as consistent as any other season. And now this savior is going to be picking up the blue buff, who also note he also has Luden's Echo firmly on the way. 20 CS lead over Teacher Ma.
Morgan with some really good trades.
369, not going to be able to sustain that much. He's out of refillable potions here, so trying to fight back where he can. Good searing charge. Karsa is up here.
The wave is pushing into Morgan, though, so he doesn't need to play this too aggressively.
Spot on the ward, Dominus used. Morgan realizes late the kick flash comes through. The ultimate misses though. And now Morgan trying to buy some time, looking for the sustained Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, heals it up. Here comes the searing charge, but not in time. Morgan gets away.
Yeah, that missed ult from 369 was really massive. That looked like a guaranteed kill. Morgan even disrespecting when we saw Karsa show on the ward, but this allows W to go to the other side of the map once again like they've consistently been doing.
The Kalista lane is picking up turret plating. Beishang says, here's daddy. Here comes the Rift Herald, dropping down.
They're just making the right move, building up that bulwark, then dropping the Herald down, so going to get some plate gold. But Knight is here, so W not going to be able to follow up on anything.
We're watching the play that we just watched. Again.
Yes, we are.
Attaboy. Let's watch the play a third time. Keep your eyes on the bottom side, though. This feels like it's brewing. Pings are going down.
Well, this is great because Knight moving over to cover bot lane actually gave Teachama finally a window to push out his lane and move over towards the Dragon first. And all of WE are here. Morgan does have TP, 369 doesn't.
This thing has ulti, but it's going to heal through the bunch of that. The chunk comes through. TP coming through, equalizer down as well. Teachama in the thick of it with Morgan joining in. That could be it. WE have the numbers, and they have the advantage now. Beishang picks up blood.
And TES were doing their job early on, keeping Teachama locked in the mid lane, but still, they finally found a window onto Dragon. Teachama moved over first. Morgan having the TP advantage, completely capitalizing on top esports.
That was nicely done. I know we're going to get a replay, so I'm going to wait for that one. But WE now with the gold lead. You talked about tempo and momentum here in this game. As 369's getting zoned out of the turret. He'll just have to walk away.
Still, though, on the side of TES, you actually aren't even 1k gold down, so you're not really in a dire position. You still do scale up quite well with the Ornn.
But we saw this from Game 2 from Top Esports, where they were on a timer themselves. Now for WE, we are going to be watching for the next 10, 15 minutes, see how this game develops. But at least a good start.
People might look and say, okay, but why? TS have a lethality Varus. Why do they win in these late game fights? But it all comes down to kind of formations and how comps play out, right? Because on the side of TS, you do have a proper front, middle, and back line. It's going to be very easy to keep WE's damage at bay, especially when it is very cooldown based, especially coming out from people like the Renekton and the Rumble. You're putting a lot on Joe Mung's shoulders in the late game.
Especially the Taric as well, right? Like, we can see how Taric can be fickle in some of these fights. If Missing has to preemptively use the ultimate, that's kind of it for the engages. Knight's still winning this lane too, remember, so teach him up. All Knight needs to do is press R and he's dead.
And Taric does best also when champions are coming into him, so you can keep auto-attacking, lowering your cooldowns, but TS don't need to go into him. They have a Varus, they have a lethality Varus, and they have a Syndra. They can play the range game.
And the chances that someone dies before he's able to ult is very high here in this game. Turret plating is disappearing, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Top Esports send Knight in for one more hit at the turret before he backs away for this Luden's Echo / Hextech GLP.
And we want to see WE go towards the Rift Herald once again. Again, they need to keep snowballing this map state. TS doing a good job not giving Beishang a way of ganking this lane, but I want to see Karsa just committing to trading and playing for his bottom lane.
Where is he? He's moving down there now. Is he going to be in time? Well, yes, because Beishang is not committing to the play. Pings are going down towards mid.
Ooh, and Karsa's already here.
Sonic Wave going to connect. Beishang. Can he take the 1v1? Maybe, but it's not a 1v1. It's a 2 versus 1. Ragnarok burnt. And that's it.
And even Yu Yanja following up, and now...
Corruption, here we go. The knock up there. The Cosmic Radiant's not in time. Joe Mung just going to drop.
I love that, punishing the mistake from Joe Mung. The other thing I was going to point out is that 369's TP is about to come up. So once again, if your TS just force on the bottom side of the map, start getting Jackie Love rolling and say, okay, you know what, your Renekton's getting ahead. It doesn't matter. We have an Ornn. He's still going to be useful in the later stages of the game.
We'll finally get his kill. As the Top Esports gold back to dead even. That's a good sign. A minute 30 to Mountain Soul, or Mountain Dragon, sorry. That will actually lead to the Mountain Soul for WE.
Yeah, but TS right now might just rotate towards the Herald. Their bottom turret is close to going down anyway, so it really doesn't matter if WE do pick that up. A great chains of corruption coming out from Jackie Love, chaining that into Yu Yanja's ultimate, and then Jackie Love just going in and getting that kill.
Oh, he needed that as well. I mean, it was a 0-2 start to the game, right? That could have been a pretty rough turn of events going into the mid-game, but now finally gets some gold in his back pocket.
But I love that TS are just deciding...
Uh-oh. Here comes Call the Forge God. Teach him up. Ult was already used by Knight. He's going to get healed up thanks to missing 4 members. Group up, Scout of the Week connects again, and down he goes. Jackie with another one, and there's the poke we're talking about.
And Jackie Love's so on point with those arrows. And what I was going to say is I love that TS are just going for this top half of the map. That turret was pretty much gone. It was like fake security that it was even there, right? WE would at any time be able to send over members to take it. And TS not only getting Herald, getting a kill, also getting this mid lane turret opens up so many options on the map.
This game is Top Esports controlling the dynamic for now. Joe Mung was able to push in that bottom turret, push up the wave with it as well. Top Esports taking that mid turret, as you mentioned. Well, that'll open up the dynamic towards Dragon too.
Yeah, and we do have that coming up. Knight did go push the top side. He still does have TP up. But still, WE are going to commit more members to mid first, so they're going to be able to actually get first track onto the Dragon. Casa's
moving down though. This is the 4-1 lead in with Black Cleaver. 369 has found Morgan out on the rotation. Sonic Wave, Chains of Corruption, locks down the Renekton as Casa now trying to get towards the pit. Morgan flashes towards it. And now the rest of them are getting engaged on. I mean, WE here relying on Bei Sheng, but even he has to flash away. The Ignite down onto Casa won't tick him over. 4 members standing in front of this one, and it's just been zoned away.
And this has been great from TES because, one, Knight wasn't even here. He had to recall and TP back to the mid lane. Tichima also not able to find a window in. So great CC coming down from 369 to kind of zone them off. And then Karsa following it up with all the damage. Sure, you got no kills, but you ended up getting the Dragon. And if you can stack up 4 of these Drakes, we see how unkillable Ornn is.
Ooh, flush away from Tichima as well. This is not looking good for WE.
And it's not going to get any easier.
That's right. I mean, we look at this in Game 2 and Game 3, Top Esports have found their footing in this series, right? Game 1 looks so damn good. And since then, we've kind of gone down a bit.
Well, let's even take a step back to Game 1 in the mid-game. It looked like TS had solid map control. We're playing the map very well in this 1-3-1. And then some really confusing plays.
Like this even. I mean, Unleashed Power, Scatter the Weak. Tichima, you just flashed. What do you expect?
Yeah, Knight just, once again, all 3 games doing so well. Once he gets into a side lane, finding this pressure, realizing, hey, I'm really good on the Syndra. I'm going to take this away. This is good into all of Tichima's champions.
Casa almost saying yoink. I remember he has Rift Herald in hand as well. That top turret sitting there. Won't be for long.
You're not even necessarily going to need it for this push.
True. Bei Sheng's walking up now. He does have the Ragnarok available.
Still no ult on Syndra. Looks like it'd be really difficult to actually pull off this dive.
Okay. Meanwhile, Jack Love and Yu Yanjia sitting towards mid lane with 369 making the rotation as well. It's a long journey here for Top Esports, who do have a gold lead at this point, and now definitely going to have 1K in their back pocket.
I absolutely love that 369 has made his way up. You have no reason to stay sitting in the bot lane. You got it to a neutral state. Renekton's not really going to have any pressure on that turret, and now you can look for picks with Call of the Forge God.
Seems it's getting easier and easier here for Top Esports. And if we talk about expectations here in this series, a lot of people thought towards Top Esports, excuse me. But Tichima here again. Your hands are going in the air, kick into the wall, Sonic Wave, and Knight says thank you. Teleport's going to come in, Dazzle, he's under the turret, so Castle will be traded away. At least there is a response.
Yeah, they do get that kill for kind of the greed that TES showed. I was actually thinking they dropped the Herald at the same time to kind of give more safety to that dive. Didn't do it. Karsa does go down, but still feels like TS are the ones controlling the map. And they still have the Herald.
The only thing you'd say that's good is that Tichima's worth no gold at this point.
None. 0.
I mean, 0 and 5. And the dynamic of WE is if Tichima's not doing well, then the rest of WE aren't. Is missing, forces the flash out of Yu Yanjia thanks to the Fate's call. At least there's a play to be made. Pushing top turret here is still going to be a decent trade.
Right, you're still going to get some gold in your pockets, and that's what matters. It might not translate into any tangible map pressure. And now Jackie Love TPing back on the map. They're going to be able to get river control and start getting some vision onto this Baron.
Yeah.
But still, we don't expect to see any cheeky Baron plays come out from these comps. Lethal, Tempo, Varus, and a Syndra. Sure, we do have a Kalista on the other side, but your Rumble is massively behind.
Do we look to... Hang on. I've got to pause. Because Knight's just waiting for a flank. Do we still have more time on WE's comp? We still... Because we're hitting those almost 2 items, right? So we should be getting at a point where they are kind of getting towards their strongest.
To me, it's going to take a real big misstep coming out from TS. Someone walking forward. W are going to need to some way find tempo on the map, probably through Morgan pushing in a side lane, or even just doing something like we see him here now, waiting in the red pit, looking for this kind of cheeky numbers advantage play.
Yeah.
But a lot right now is on the shoulders of Bei Sheng and Morgan being able to get on top of Knight and Jackie Love, which you not only have the Scatter of the Weak, Chains of Corruption, Braum Ultimate, Call of the... Like, think about it. You have so many tools to keep the members of WE off of it.
Beishang is the one who has the most gold here. 369 building right in front of Jomung with the disrespect. 3-0-1 with the Black Cleaver. I mean, Beishang does the most damage here alongside Morgan. Not true. Probably Jomung here with the Renan's Hurricane now picked up. But meanwhile, while I'm talking, Knight's in the bottom lane, just taking gold.
Yeah, so he's going to push his wave out. We do expect him to see him rotating towards the mid lane. They're going to go into WE's red side jungle, get some vision set up for this dragon, and then if WE ever walk in, they can just lay down so much poke.
I want to note that Jackie Love got his upgraded item there. The Yomus became the Miyus as we look towards top esports. Still just grouping up. If anyone gets locked down, they're pretty much gone. I hear a Yomus. Okay, kick flash. Nicely done from Cast. Teach him That's not good. Cosmic Radiant's going to come through as well. And WE, 4 members invulnerable. Fate's Call going to be used yet again as Morgan has to disappear. Poke comes out missing, saved. But top now just grouping on up and poking them down even further.
And that is such a huge mistake coming out from Teachma. You know they're controlling your red side jungle. You got to take the safe path around. This opens up Karsa taking the dragon all by himself. And now TS are going to be able to take this mid inner turret.
Such convincing play from top esports.
Look at Morgan, though.
Okay, the flank has potential, but look how far back 369 is.
That's it looked pretty exciting at first, but didn't end up being too exciting.
We have an Ornn and a Brom who are going to be getting 4 mountains at this point. As Unleash Power, there goes Jackie Love. This one is in the bin, I would say, as 369 is going to zone the way, but a good equalizer means that we pull it out of the rubbish for now. 369 with the zone as they're going to be turning on this Ornn. Kalista gets a couple of Ren stacks in, and he's at half health now, but the poke continues to come through. Undertow for the slow chains corruption misses from top esports. I got to say that equalizer from a 0-6 Rumble still did some work.
It was in a great place, but we saw it didn't really do much damage. Still, the fact that WE just don't get mauled in the fight right now, I'd say is a huge win.
And I want to be crystal clear, while I'm excited that top esports are showing this better play, right, from Game 2 and Game 3 onwards, they are being more convincing here in this series. But WE, this is still, again, felt like the gameplay has gone down, especially from Teachama in this third game. As you look at the comparison on your screen, I mean, that's now a Majai's picked up as the technical third item.
I don't even know if it's necessarily the gameplay of WE has gone down, but right, we see Teachama playing not only potentially the best mid laner, right? We're going to leave that argument for another day, neither do Indy, but still potentially the best player in LPL. A lot of people had his name in that discussion last year, and Teachama's still a rookie. So we haven't seen him really get any help from Beishang. Karsa has played around that lane so heavily, and we would just expect Knight to come out on top.
It is good game plan from top esports, right? There's Jomung. Oh, no. Yes, that's how this works. Now, Karsa going to be caught out. WE at least getting a trade here with the Undertow to finish it off. And Beishang, yes, on a rampage too. As Morgan in a flanking position. Going to be spotted out by 369. Top esports are backing away. Yuyan Jazz sends out the Glacial Fisher with a call. The Forge God, one of the most fed member, dead to Jackie Love. Missing flashes over the wall, but can they escape with the Winter's Bite? The Cosmic Radiance Teachama needs to get in, but it's just about missing, trying to survive here as Teachama won't as well. Scatter the Weak kills him, and this one definitely over.
And I don't know why W were even looking for that flank. What is Morgan doing now?
You have to say,
you just lost your 80 carry. The rest of your damage is so, again, conditional. You have one rotation of spells. Teachama pretty much only has Equalizer. You still have Syndra and Varus up on the side of TES. Again, no idea what W is doing.
Now, top esports just going to go towards Baron. 25 minutes in, and it feels like match point on the way.
Ooh, gonna peel off knowing that W are heading over. Again, their comp is not very fast at burning Baron. Nope. We have a Syndra, we have a Lethality Varus.
Morgan, mid lane, going to be dodging away from Chance Corruption. Nice pull of the trigger.
I just love how willing Jackie Love is to use this ultimate off cooldown, realizing, hey, it's not too long of a cooldown at that, just consistently being willing to look for picks.
Thumbs up. Now 7-2, by the way. He was 0-2 earlier in this game. He's picked up 7 kills straight. So there's a very big Varus who has hit his third lethality item. Also note that Knight went back for a needlessly large rod and a blasting one. Has 19 stacks on the Majais now. They're like the roaming death squad, aren't they? Like
Yes.
Knight and Jackie Love like the roaming death squad this game.
It's kind of like the whole team is in a sense, right? Because we always see Yu Yanja right next to them. Even 369 knows, hey, my job is not to pick up farm in the side lane. I always need to be with my team, have this potential to open up the Call of the Forge God and take out one of the members of WE. I'd say roaming death squad is fair.
Okay. Let's say if you don't agree with that, that's fine. This is a bruiser, by the way. Run, Morgan, run. Look at Knight. He's got a blue buff. Oh no, the flash comes forward. He tried. I got to say, that was pretty good. The flash matched by Knight. Golden in time. Can Knight get it? Yes, he can. But Morgan played that as best as he could.
I mean, Knight is just so far ahead right now. Now up to 23 stacks on his Medjais. And TS going to feel great. Ooh.
But WE going forward on top of Knight. They're going to find the kill. A reprieve with the ultimate down from Rumble. Yu Yanja flashes away. Stand behind me on top of Jackie Love. Joe Mung at half health. Chains Corruption lands. Call the Forge God down. Enabling the rest of top esports as WE have to back away in the end.
Knight getting punished for flashing forward aggressively to finish Morgan off in that trade. Doesn't have a Zanya, so not able to buy time. But still, TS feel fine just sitting in front of this turret. They have the damage, they have the siege, they have the peel. And now we have the next dragon coming up in 15 seconds. But Morgan has TP, and Knight does not.
Ooh, okay. And Morgan's up. Knight in 15 seconds. You're having a look at that play once again. It was fancy footwork, but again, we saw it on screen.
I'm going to guess that WE don't have Knight's TP timer right because they're not moving over to contest this dragon, just saying, hey, TS can have it. It's going to be the third mount, and once again, this is just going to make Yu Yanja and especially 369 unkillable.
This is 18%. 18% MR and armor. So that Iceborne is going to be paying off alongside the Sunfire
400.
Cable. Yeah. Oh, boy. Now, I said the best Ornn in the league. Did you hear me yesterday, Lyric?
Yes.
I said the best Ornn is Audi, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that there until EDG maybe lose.
Yeah.
I don't think 369 has been
I feel like
the greatest Ornn, but he's just played it well.
He's done his job this game,
yeah,
right?
That's right.
So I can agree with that.
Different situation.
We don't need to give away any Ornn trophies this game, but doing his job, knowing, hey, we are not about this 1-3-1 or this 4-1. It's all about grouping up as a 5-man unit. And even when someone needs to pick up farm in the side lane, it's all about Knight. And Knight's so strong right now, he can pretty much 1v1 anyone.
Yeah. He's level 17 over Teacherma's 14.
Ooh, just even Beishan being level 12.
Does he have Ragnarok available? He does. Doesn't use it. Goes golden here with the Unleashed Power, which is good. The poke comes through anyway, and Jackie Love almost takes him down. They're going to be speeding away with the help of Shirelia's Reverie, but all that zoning means top esports have river priority again.
Just think about these last two games. Knight and Jackie Love on the same team has been so scary.
Do you remember what we said? The Divine 3. And Karsa has kind of been helping to enable them along with 369. So for top esports now on top of the Baron, you're looking at Knight and Jackie Love to burst them out before WE get near. Can they pull off what seems impossible here in Game 3?
I would say no.
Well, we'll see. Call the Fort God for the turn. Equalizer's good on top of Karsa, but Fate's Call used as Karsa goes in. Kick flash on top of Teachama. WE finds the first kill. The second one goes over as well. The third hit for WE. This time the Tarek ulti was on point.
I was going to say I'm completely wrong. They actually separate the members of TES.
Hang on. Knight still near the pit. WE need to kite this one out well. 369 jumps in. The Dazzle going to be Bellow's threat. Knight has enough mana. Unleashed Power on top of Morgan. Doesn't kill him here. But the Syndra has the AoE. One knockup, one Scout of the Week comes through. Knight running out on mana, but the Baron is going down. WE are low. They need the Baron. They secure it. Now they turn for the fight. On Knight, he's dead. 369 as well. And top esports had this game in the bag. No longer.
I don't even know how we got into this position. Front-to-back team fights are so easy for TS to win. WE doing a great job of splitting them up. And like you said, Missing have an amazing Tarek ulti. And then they have the Kalista, so very easy for them to hop around that Baron. Knight had no mana. And here, let's take a look again. TS are the ones to force this with the Baron. Open call the Forge God. And there we see it. Teacherma's Equalizer forcing Knight away. Karsa going in, just getting 1v1 by Teacherma, and then the rest of TS are left in such an awkward position. They're able to get right on top of Jackie Love, and the equalizer paying huge dividends.
For the 1-8 Rumble. That was his first kill of the game he got.
And a big thing was Knight didn't have flash, right? So not like he could even flash over that and join his team. Still going to be hard for WE to actually use this Baron. They are going to be able to get some side lane pressure with the Renekton. But now the name of the game is this Last Dragon. Well, potentially Last Dragon.
Okay. So, the main thing for me is that how far Top Esports were ahead. You thought that Baron was going to seal the deal. But WE at least finding it, showing us that they're not out of this yet. This game goes on, and as Knight sells some Agiles, picks up a Rabadons, as you mentioned, this Last Dragon, in a minute 20. We'll see what WE can do in the side lane.
Yeah, going to force the members of TS to rotate around the map, so they're going to be able to pick up this one. But again, we're going to get to the point where this game is going to be decided by one big team fight. And once again, we're going to need to see WE separate the members of TS, because if they do get that formation, we've seen time and time again they come out on top. So Teacherma are going to have a clutch equalizer, and Missing have to be really on point with those turret ultimates.
A lot of standing gold here, as you can see, though. The outer turret going down in the mid lane. I'm just so surprised. There's a gold lead here for WE.
I mean,
I know.
It's surprising they got the Baron. But after the Baron being able to pick up some of these, I don't even know.
It's this next fight that really turns your opinion, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Because 30 seconds, and still, those ornaments have gone out across the rift here. There's only a locket to be sending towards Yu Yanjia, and he should have that as the Ornn hits level 17.
And TS are going to be able to get vision on the Dragon first. They're all here already. WE coming off their backs.
Teleport coming in. 25 seconds left of Baron. Poke still massive here from Top Esports.
So keep your eyes on Beishong this fight. He is the member that is massive for WE.
Okay, good scout of the week though. On to Missing to start off. Beishong, you mentioned, going to be taking away Karsa's edge of Night Shield. As Morgan walking through the brush, a scout of the week onto Missing yet again. But they want those 80 carry, that mid laner here on the side of Top Esports. WE get River priority. Call the Forge God comes through. The fight begins. Here onto Missing. Bait's Call going to be used preemptively. Top Esports still able to push them away. Missing on the wrong side. Dodged away from the Sonic Wave. Poke comes through from Jackalov. Chains Corruption. Flashed away from. Slowed on down. Morgan here. Targeted.
Yeah, now once again we have this front-to-back formation. TS should feel good.
Oh, here's Carson spotted out. There's going to be Call the Meek yet again. Morgan is chasing this jungler. Meanwhile, WE in the river, left with a 4 versus 4. Sonic Wave resonating strike. They kick flash backwards. Morgan has to respond as well. The poke doesn't connect here. On an edge here with Beishong, scout of the week again.
And the equalizer is still up. This will be kind of the last big element trying to separate TS.
Trying to poke down Beishong, get rid of that GA. Dragon begins on the side of Top Esports. Morgan in with a flank, but look towards Missing. The Searing Charge doesn't connect from 369, but he's tanky enough. Another scout of the week. There goes the equalizer on top of Top Esports. Morgan's still not in the fight. Dominus there with Dragon secured. They have a mountain shield. Morgan just sat at the back and was waiting for something, but I don't know. Meanwhile, Jomung is trying hard to carry this one, but that's it. Mountain shield secured at the end of the fight for Top Esports.
Like we said, Hysterics, Teacherma's ultimate needed to separate the members of TS. It didn't do that. It just sat in front of them. Yeah, put them together, just kind of zoned them out, and they're like, fine, we'll take this dragon.
Jomung on the wrong side of the rift meanwhile, though, and okay, he's going to get a bit of movement speed. That's nice. The extra tenacity you get from the Mercurial Scimitar. Okay, and now he's dead. Unleash power, not available. Can you take him down? Yes, you can. 4 people here. Watch the poke. How quick does he die? Didn't even see him come back. That's a big shutdown, and Top Esports, again to reiterate, the Mountain Soul now in hand.
I was ready for Jomung's adventure story, traversing the map, getting back home, but sadly didn't happen.
Didn't happen. But we got a fight that I think really needs to be explained. Lyric, you're up.
Again, TS just do such a good job of staying in their formation. We see Morgan looking for the flank, but watch this equalizer coming out. It forces TS together. They feel fine with this. You have a Braum, you have an Ornn, they stand in front. Morgan left in a really awkward position. The rest of his team already left down low. We see Knight and Jackalov just kiting around the back. Karsa and Yuyanja getting right on top of Morgan. Jackalov dealing the damage necessary. Everyone leaves Jomung. They say, hey, it doesn't matter. He doesn't deal enough damage. We can go kill him later. And they come out on top.
I mean, you look at that play as well. Missing was poked out by the elements of Top Esports so that when Cosmic Radiance came down, he was dead before the ulti went off.
Like, The simple name of the game is, if TS stay together as a 5-man unit, they should come out on top. WE need to find a way to break that formation, but that is really hard with the tools they have available and really depends on either some kind of massive flank from Morgan or a great equalizer coming out right in the middle of the team for Teacher Mom.
JackieLove has teleported into dangerous members, but never mind, because Knight almost kills Bei Sheng. Unleashed power has been used, but so is the Call the Forge God. Teacher Mom dodges that one, and a peculiar 36-minute game on our hands.
I mean, we've already had other peculiar games. Oh, that's a tough word, my
Hey,
friend.
I said it, though.
That's a tough word.
I'm sorry about that. But now, Top Esports go towards the mid lane. And that's Scuttle Week yet again. Teacher Mom poked out. Almost dies. Thanks to JackieLove. Away he goes. And this game was in the bag for Top Esports 10 minutes ago. It was a good attempt by WE. But now the inhibitor getting broken down. Almost. Top Esports are still trying to charge on it.
Yeah, not going to over-push for this objective. Just going to go for some resets. They do have that Mountain Soul, obviously. 369 just gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Ooh, we do have Baron up, though.
Okay. Well, you talked about Top Esports not having a fast Baron, but if someone walks in from WE, which they're doing now, because Top Esports are resetting. Knight's getting blue.
Yeah, but still, like, I don't want to make this too dreary for WE, but even with a Baron, right, it's going to be hard breaking the base open for TS. Like, this game is going to come down to one large team fight. Sadly, we see both, I guess not sadly, but sadly for me and for the viewers, we see members keep walking away from both sides. We want blood, Hysterics.
Yeah, we want blood, or we at least want this game to find its conclusion to this point, because WE now walking into it again. 369 going to be so damn tanky. He doesn't die. Knight kills Teacher Ma. And with that one with the large death timers, maybe that's enough. Morgan on the back line here as well. And for WE, still trying to kill 369. This Ornn won't die. Cosmic Radiant's going to come through. 369 at half health, flashes away. Bei Sheng in the back line on top of JackieLove. Scout of the week yet again. The word I say so much because it always hits. I believe JackieLove has gone into GA, but he's going to come out with Jomung trying so hard. Missing is the only one alive, and now this game will come to its end.
And Knight showing us why he's probably the best player in the LPL, having such a great game. And
yeah.
Oh my God, Missing.
Missing wants a bit of CS to finish off this game. And look, WE, change it up again. Because this game was not yours. It didn't look like your best at all. And as Top Esports run on in, we can say firmly enough that Top Esports are looking pretty damn good here. Top Esports are the team that are forcing out WE. Top Esports now move to match point here in the quarterfinals against Team WE.
And TS doing a great job of, once again, executing on the conditions that makes their team so good, especially playing through Knight's advantages in lane.
I mean, Knight on Syndra, right? Like a second game around where we say, okay, Knight Syndra's pretty damn good. And Knight has been pretty good here in this series so far. JackieLove's Varus as well complements that. Twice we've seen this poke that comes out of this duo, and it has not been pretty for WE to face up against.
Yeah, and another member to highlight is Karsa, where it does feel like this time around, Karsa had a very good early game. Once we got to the mid game, kind of struggled a bit, but right, he set up this victory for TS, and he's been the member that's been really struggling with form this split, and it feels like if Karsa can show up, this is a champion contender.
This is a team that looks pretty damn solid. Against WE, however, that game, I mean, that was a long, drawn-out game that felt like it was decided in the first 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, it just felt like TS got that advantage they needed. And we said WE drafted this comp that needs to win early in mid-game, right? They have a Renekton, they have an Olaf, they have a Rumble. They don't have really any engage tools, and they have no way of separating TS's comp once it gets to these later fights. And Top took it slow. They don't have a really fast Baron, so they kind of needed to continuously just stack up these Drakes.
Yep.
But again, great job showing patience, and it still led to the win.
I mean, as you mentioned in that game, to find a team fight at all for WE was a miracle. They did find one play.
Yep.
They found the Baron as well, you know, like turning around and then killing Knight after it. That was good. That was huge from WE. And it looked like there was a shining light. But then we came back to reality, which was, okay, Soul's up, taken, let's fight after that. And WE... again, that weakness in the armor that we've seen in small moments during the split comes to bite them in the end.
Yeah, and we just see, again, they did add some new layers to their gameplay in their last match, but Now they're getting punished by Knight continuously taking the Syndra, and they're just having to rely on the comps that they did so well during the regular split. But look, WE are a very good early mid-game team. But we said, coming into this match, Top Esports are the best. Exactly,
yeah.
right? So, good luck, WE.
I mean, going up against Cryan is one thing, right? Where teams like E-Stars, their ability to team fight is what we've talked about during the split. But Top Esports, their ability to lane is what we've talked about heavily. And WE look a bit outmatched within the lanes itself. Even this time around, 369 felt like he had a better time on the Ornn versus Renekton than he did on the, the Jace matchup in the past.
I like this game a lot more. Just put 369 on something that's not going to get abused. Again, 369 is a great player, but we've seen WE focus him so heavily. And we saw the gold swing a bit in WE's favor after they got that Baron, but it didn't turn into any tangible map pressure. Sure, they got some objectives, but if you're not going to be able to break open any inhibitors, doesn't really mean too much.
Knight and Jacket Love, man. 40k, 51k damage. I mean, that tells the story, doesn't it? And just on the gold as well, due to the scaling element you talked about and how Top Esports can execute towards a later game, that gold lead didn't mean much for WE, nor with the ornaments available too. So this was a solidified win for Top Esports. Now on match point, you have to start thinking that Top have, since game 2, really started rolling better with the punches that WE tried to throw.
Yeah, and again, they've looked good on both sides, whether it's red or blue. They've shown they're able to adapt in the draft, and adapting in a best-of-5 is one of the most important things.
That's right.
Now the question is, does WE have something else up their sleeves?
You'd have to think so, otherwise they're going to fall out here with another 3-1 in LPL playoffs. Game 4 is coming up right after this to answer that question for you.
又来了，
有一勾，这波勾到 JK
了
Love 接到 Q 了，但是有一个灯笼把他给救了回来，预言家很及时的把 JK Love 在鬼门关前给救了回来。另外一边戴小已经进场偷了铁男的大招，关的是杜英币，这时候杜英币的大招没有办法第一时间给到正面一个 AOE 的一个伤害，粽子哥扛在最前方，这波能吸起了吗？这波能拿到这波人头，而另外一边哇，杜英币是被处理掉了，奈特这个一技能稍微短了一点，小田进场想要配合林伟翔来打掉残血的一个369是被林伟翔给点死以后，这时候林伟翔回手有一个大招，这个大招逼出了奈特的一个金身，但是小田的天音波是空了，这波奈特一个刺金毒是直接刺住了小天的第一个守护天使，那这样的话应该被压起身，
要死了哇！但这波翻弗拉的感觉打得真的好，其实我第一时间看感觉翻弗拉这波团要爆炸了，
是的，
我还想追，不放过你。林伟翔这边有一个红 buff 疯狂回血，但是感觉还是要死了呀。
这波 Q 技能减速到
火箭腰带上来，赤金突刺，直接两段配合被动直接斩杀。
是的。
接上去波眼回来踢出了一个闪现，
是
偷了一个奥恩大，反手偷到奥恩大，看看这个效果，哎，撞飞了宽本，但是没有人能跟伤害。侧面小花生又踢进一个闪电踢回来595，哇，小花生这一波
秀了。另外一边泰坦的大招也是击飞了对方的符野，莫甘娜跟巨魔直接倒地。
有机会啊，有机会啊
！OMG 这边接加里奥要来了，
有 TP。
来看一下，下路这边也在赶，艾康先上来卖，
感觉不太敢打呀。
泰克这边先打一个升6，打一个蓝升6很关键。
回血了，这位置
加里奥上来被拉住，海克这位置可能要被秒了。
海克直接倒了，反手一个血光晕住2个人，这边 Cars 一个 TP 也绕后了，这位置想留，正义登场，这边击飞2个人，鳄鱼这边还在扛在前面，而且 W 伤人组也支援过来，这波感觉 OMG 要出事啊！马哥直接被闪现的一个嘲讽到，马哥也倒了，这个位置只剩下 Cars 一个人苦苦的支撑，
点进去救梦有个治疗交完被 Q 到，感觉能换吗？看一下，哦，闪现最后一下拉开，
爆炸了，
0换6。
哎，马老师来了，但这位置感觉能不能控住？晕住了，但是没有留人技能啊。马老师不慌不忙，反手再打一套，一个拉回来了，一个点到了。
但马老师可以走到塔下呀。
哎，这位置还有一个
小秒表，结束。好了 ，W 支援来了，马老师从这个龙魂军出来，直接交一个闪现，保持一个大招，但这个大招能给到铁男吗？铁男吃到了，
哎，但保持这个大招给的还不错。
大招结束，可怜冲啊开过来 ，missing
5个人，这位置 前锋地雷盖到3个人，这边正义登场是震飞了4个，这个位置感觉又是一波 M7 爆炸的团战了，所有人都要死。泰克尔以丝血交出自己的闪现，哎，这边还是比较。
Missing 有闪的 ，Missing 有闪的，感觉这波硬想杀闪现锅这个
闪现 CD 闪现钩，那感觉要没了。
哦，感觉都不用交闪。
要交吧？
要交，现在要交了，他放了 W 闪现钩，哎，
死了。
人头给黄。
人头还要让一下。
有闪有自己的一个惊鸿过隙，水龙这波是已经被激活了，往右侧拉，因为水龙地形，这波滔博也有一个草丛可以躲一下，这时候松松忽然进来，但是水龙魂已经是被滔博给拿下来了，这时候沙皇机长推出了一个大招，伤害够不够呢？这个乐福被套了一个虚弱弹，他疯狂在点，没有人限制阿水的一个输出，配合辛德拉的一个爆发把鳄鱼给秒掉以后，这波直接贴脸，利用断破的一个 Q 技能，感觉林伟强这波无处可逃了，被369一起来以后，这个乐福上去平 A 拿下人头。
It's Top Esports who are strumming that guitar, man. They're saying, let's take it home. And after that Game 3, it feels like Top Esports are firmly in control of this series now on match point. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric, and tell me who the MVP is. Who do you think it's going to be?
It's going to be Knight.
Show me Knight. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, do not give Syndra to this man. Actually, a lot of champions you shouldn't give to him, but this series, it does feel like Syndra is that champion for him.
I want to point out, again, this guy has played the most champions in LPL this split.
True.
Has played 19. Doomby got close. Doomby played 18, but doesn't matter. Knight comes out on top, picks up his 11th MVP, and it feels like he's really the first person to punish Teacher Ma this hard, and we just see him do it across the map. Even the kill onto Morgan steps out, just taking down all the members of WE by himself.
It's just the Syndra highlight reel, all the kills that came through. Jackie Love puts in his firm grasp on it as well, but it was them, the roaming death squad, we called it, as Knight, Jackie Love move together. Yu Yanjia, you mentioned, also follows them, and from there, it's easy to pick up everyone else.
And think about the one fight that WE won is when they separated Knight, so being such a core member of this team. And this 1v1 was so cool. Morgan doing the best he could with Knight being so far ahead, but it doesn't matter that you did the best you could because Knight is still better.
That's right. He showed us all game long, and it is good to see that for Top Esports, the core members performing as we expected. If Top Esports are the ones to win through this, you need to see them go strong into Invictus Gaming, which will be a new test itself. However, the series is not over here. The quarterfinals, WE need to pull something out of the rabbit hat. We know, as WE's draft, that we've seen before in the regular season.
What I want to see is, actually what I want to hear is some silver scrapes. Bring us to a game 5. That's what WE wants as well. But again, WE feels like, one, are going to have to take away this Syndra from Knight. I don't know if that means first picking it or just taking it away in the first phase. But if you're Top Esports right now, feels like you can just go on red side and take that 1-2.
You got to look towards WE. I believe WE have actually picked blue side going into this again. Blue side has been the priority for both these teams throughout this series. It's kind of funny because Top Esports last year with their counter pick and solo lanes were always red side team alongside IG. They were the biggest red side teams in the LPL. But moving forward, WE now, if you talk about taking away the Syndra, you also got to look towards what they can pick up in the early rotation. It was the Kalista last time around that we saw, but was it enough to turn the tides of battle?
But if you're WE, I don't know if you feel like, hey, we got to change up things too much in draft because they still are playing the way they always have and they found their success. And the question is, do you really want to get away from what's brought you so much success in the past, you know, in fear of what has happened? Because, again, the Syndra thing, I think, needs to change. Things like the Kalista, these 80 carry picks are still fine. They are our highest priority in this meta.
Okay. But look towards the mid lane, at least for the side of Teacher Ma. I mean, Teacher Ma got his Rumble, his most played champion, got destroyed in that game after a gank through the mid lane went wrong. The Galio looked at it a little bit earlier, though, Lyric. Is that what it takes here to kind of change up the draft in that way?
That would be another great option because it's a champion that has so much CC coming from that W, opens up Beishang to make continuous ganks into the mid lane. Another thing we could see is potentially the Echo plus Nocturne combo. Hasn't been too successful for Teachama, but it does get Beishang on that famous Echo
Isn't it kind of interesting that this series, we haven't seen Beishang's Echo when consistently, at least once a series, in the regular season, we would.
Well, the thing you need with it is you need an AD mid laner. Okay. And the thing is, Pantheon's banned every game, only leaves that Nocturne left. And again, we haven't seen them do too well with that pick.
I mean, Nocturne's 0-3 for Teacher Ma here in the regular season. As we are about to move into our 4th game here. See if Top Esports can finish it off. And there's your adaptation from Team WE.
Yeah, taking away Knight Syndra. Again, not only is Knight so good on the pick, but think about it. It does so well into all of Teacher Ma's champions as well, into the Rumble, does well into the ASOL. Will do very well into the Galio as well. So I like this, and I do once again expect to see a first pick 80 carry. But if Trundle's open, that could be another route that WE go because we saw them doing that to great success against E-Star.
You talked about the Trundle. Instead of going for something like the Aphelios, that is open for Jacula.
You still have Varus, Aphelios, and Misfortune, so you're going to end up getting a high priority 80 carry no matter what. So I do like this. And when we've seen Beishang go for the Trundle, it does tend to be that Galio for Teacher Ma.
Taking away the Thresh from missing though here, Lyric, and that kind of hurts a bit. Bit of a flare. Did you see the Draven go past?
That was exactly what I saw, and I got so excited.
The shout out to Jackie right?
That's not a Joe.
It was like yesterday if you're watching EDG and RNG. I think Hope was flashing Uzi a couple of times towards RNG, but back in this game, the Aphelios was mentioned before. Support of Galio.
So right now we have a lot of good scaling coming out from WE side. Yep, just going to run this Galio comp once again.
He didn't high-five me.
He wanted me to high-five him, but I'm sorry, guys. Not today.
What a shame.
But this does signal good things for WE fans because they've run this comp so many times before. Again, Teacher Ma works as the main source of engage with that Predator. But now where do... Oh, I was going to say, where do TS go? But this Lee Sin has been so clutch for them the past 2 games. Just keep it coming.
But now that we've got a different direction from WE, we've got Top Esports going back to the bottom, jungle to start off with. Bans are going to be quite interesting here. Blitzcrank taken away by Top, while for WE, a couple of solo lanes they need to start looking at.
Ooh, actually, the Blitzcrank ban is really interesting. But yeah, we've seen WE every time in second rotation, they just keep focusing on Knight. So that's where I would expect him to look. And it's really going to signal, I was going to say where they want to go with their mid lane pick, but actually they've already picked Galio. So that's untrue.
Missing in the past last year, by the way, did play a lot of support Galio, even though that's not going to be the case. We know that. But Zoe's going to be banned away here to start things off. So Knight champion pool, still quite large.
An expected pick into the Galio would be the Corki. That's what we always see teams take against it. And, you know, Knight does have a good Corki, but every time WE show, they actually don't care about going up against that pick. The only other thing that WE might ban is the Azir. They don't like going up against that champion Knight has played. It is his third most played, only playing it 3 times, but there it is.
Okay, well, we got Zoe, we got Azir. On the side of top esports, they're like missing you are not going to get Alistar either.
And there is the Corki. I do expect top, they just lock it in, and you leave once again 369 to have a good matchup in the top lane.
Third game of Corki here for Knight. Missing likes Hook champions, playmakers. You saw the Nautilus. Grom is, I guess, he has a hook of ice that doesn't really pull anyone in, but does slow them down.
And Braum is going to be kind of a good answer into things like the Varus and the Corki with that shield. The thing that I've said many times on this cast is what I don't like about this composition is, again, depends on what they pick in the top lane, has no way of bringing in the Galio. He just runs in himself with the Predator. And sure, that's a reliable source of engage, but when you have things like the Varus and the Corki, you would think in the later stages of the game, they should be able to kite him out quite effectively.
So what do they do?
Oh!
That's a blind Camille. There are a lot of things that can smash a Camille, though.
And now you actually do have a way of bringing in the Galio.
True, yeah.
And we have not seen Morgan play this champion this split.
No. There's only been a couple of people. I mean, top lane, like Khan, King, and this is
Natural.
their style. Natural's Camille, the best in the league. But you can counter this in multiple ways.
Yes, like the Renekton, which is so well into it in the early stages of the game. Of course, you do have that shield breaker on your Empower W as well, which just completely shuts down Camille's passive.
Kind of surprised it wasn't an Aatrox that we've seen smash Camille's here in the LPL before. But now, for WE, no. We're going to wait. Let's wait 20 seconds because there's a lot to talk about if it gets that wide.
I mean, regardless, we... oh, my God. Okay, that would have been funny. But regardless, WE's composition is still going to focus the same way in the later stages of the game. Going to be kind of hard on this 1-4 style, then bringing Camille into the back line. Yeah, no way. I was going to say,
there we go.
We're not falling for those shenanigans.
Dude, I was like, what the heck? Trundle top, what meta is this? But we do get the Trundle jungle in the end. Still, a Camille in this game. When everything relies on WE finding a win here, they've decided to change their top lane matchup up. Because coming back to your point, it's the draft we see where Galio isn't able to find an easy way in. He has to make his own path. That won't be the case here with this fourth game.
I was going to say, now you jump in as Camille, you have that Hextech ultimatum to keep someone in place. You think if you get on top of someone like Corki, does it matter that you have the Valkyrie now? You're just going to get shut down by what WE have drafted. So I actually like Camille in the composition, but like we pointed out, going to have a rough time in the landing phase, and we've seen the past 2 games, once top esports get ahead, they don't really slow down.
That's right, but if we talk about slowing down, if WE are able to do it on a, I guess, a positive note, Camille in a side lane, you know, towards the later portions of the game, there is the element to play through there.
Well, and the good thing is you will have push priority in this mid lane as a Galio, so you're going to be able to try to impact these side lanes early and find this advantage.
But I will say, Lyric, you're right on the point. Top esports, their ability to snowball the early games have been insane in Game 2 and 3. Dab. Good to see the fans out in force from their homes here.
Let's be honest, though. We're all kind of disappointed for that Dab guy. He's putting in a lot of energy, not panning out.
Well, as I was saying before, if top esports find this win, straight to the semifinals to verse Invictus Gaming. For Team WE, they're on their last legs here, but if they find a win, we silver scrapes. We go to our first Game 5 of 2020. And we see if WE this game can play with the composition that started to beat down E-Star, that got them into this position. 8th seed, Team WE.
Yep, and talking about the compositions, when you draft something like a Trundle with the Galio, it is a lot more about getting into the enemy jungle's face early on. Trundle being so strong in these early game skirmishes, especially when you take press the attack, is a lot more about those early game traits in the enemy jungle. Just very easy to proc that. Also does amplify the damage coming out from your teammates.
You see what's happening here? Knight is going to spot this one out. Shielded Durand hasn't been started. I don't think there is actually a spell yet for Teacher Ma that he's leveled. Is the invade going to be committed to here?
And Mr. Apathetics, because you are so good at explaining this on broadcast,
Am I? Which one?
Why has Teacher Ma taken this Predator?
Well, sir, apart from being a bit of a fun lover with the Galio itself, I'll tell you one thing. You press W with Predator enabled and you run at people. You and I were actually discussing this last time on broadcast, weren't we?
Yes, we were. And yeah, just kind of taking place of,
early gank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Taking place of the fact that you used to be able to channel your W and then flash.
Yep.
Of course, can't do that anymore, so Predator kind of easing that pain. But interesting to see Knight going for the lethal tempo.
Seen it a couple of times here in the LPL. While Carsa now, we have to talk about the pathing because it's going to be vertical jungling for the side of Top Esports. That does mean they leave the Camille with Beishang.
You know what I want to see? We see Knight starting the Mana Crystal.
Yep.
Is he just going to go for an early tier, and we're going to see him try to rush towards this Muramana build? And again, your auto's going to hit very hard coming with that on-hit damage coming from that item, so that's what I think.
Okay. So the lethal tempo is something new that audience will have to get used to. For anyone else out there, Morgan with Grasp of the Undying as well is important because it ain't a Conqueror Camille, it ain't anything else. It's simply surviving this lane.
Yes, it is. And talking about this lane, we do want to see Karsa try to not necessarily make an impact in terms of ganks, but at least setting up the vision to let 369 succeed. If he's ever in a bad place with his wave state, seeing Karsa hover up and making sure you get the recalls necessary to do well.
369 gets a shove in, but not a plate. Morgan holds on here, capturing the rest of the wave, while Teacher Ma, the benefits of his Galio pick and white's banned so much. Ability to shove wave and start roaming around early.
The thing I do like about what TES have done into the Galio is we typically see WE at least have one guaranteed winning side, which always lets them set up those dives. Both of your side lanes lose right now, and it's going to be very hard to find that. We need to see Toronto looking to impact the mid lane itself or finding Karsa in the jungle.
Just on a note of Teacher Ma, do you want to know a fun fact? Galio, this is his 6th time playing it. Teacher Ma has never lost on Galio. This is including regular season and playoffs. 5 games originally played.
And look at him, heading up towards the top lane already.
Beishang closely behind him. Looking to impact the map as we talked about. Morgan, the shove here in lane.
Ooh, Karsa is here though.
You're going to see the frozen domain though. Ward's going to come down and Beishang now spotted out. As, remember, press the attack you're talking about. Lee Sin just needs a Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike comes through. Beishang flashes away. 369 as well can just push away Morgan too.
And great patience coming out from Karsa, waiting for Beishang to use his ability. So when he jumps in, guess what? Beishang doesn't have any trading power. Karsa also had the red buff compared to Beishang's blue. Karsa just comes out on top.
Now with no summoner in hand, Beishang sent back to his jungle.
And look at the items. Knight going for that call.
There it is.
And that tier. He watched the EDG games. He knows, hey, this is how they lost. They kept forcing into the Galio pick. Not us. We're going to wait. We're going to scale. You're going to try and engage into us. But guess what? You aren't actually that tanky.
And we know Knight through these games. He's died like twice, right? Knight has been consistent, been the best performing member, if not a one-of, with Jackie Love alongside him. So if anyone you know is going to pull this one off, it is going to be Knight here on this Corki. With the cull already starting to stack up with Teacher Ma returning back to lane.
And I'm really interested to see how this game pans out because, like you just pointed out, this Galio has never lost. We haven't seen this composition from WE punish. And on paper, it does feel like there is a lot of ways to punish it once you go even into the mid game. Though it is different this time, right? This Camille changes a lot. She's going to scale into a huge side lane monster, and she's always going to be able to lock down at least one of the carries from Top Esports.
We always expect to see someone like Teacher Ma following suit. As Hook's going to land here on the bottom side. Severum just expires with a good tray back from Jomung through the minion wave. Also Infernum doing a bit of a good job.
Though, look at the turret plates. We do already see TS starting to whittle down this turret.
Yep.
And that's how they found these advantages every game, right? Through just individual laning skill. We see the fact that mid and bot are doing well has let Karsa just to start the dragon. But Beishang has an inkling.
But he's gone over a ward. So the ward there from the mid lane, it seems, to spot him out. Over the wall doesn't matter, though. Beishang level 5, but into 3 members of top. He doesn't have flash from the last play, but might not need it as Teacher Ma coming on in. Everyone running, but he gets both of them. The Winds of War saved by the Dark Passage from Yu Yanjia. As WE turn back to take the dragon for themselves, even after a small reset. This one will be fine. It's secured by Beishang as Karsa over the wall. Oh man, playing it risky, but he'll get out.
I love Yu Yanjia being the total bro, walking towards it to block just in case he does try to throw that Q down.
Yeah. But there you go. That's a turn of a play from WE. With Teacher Ma almost securing first blood, we can see the potency of this Galio and why teams need to ban it away.
Right, it's just very easy for you to follow first. You have a ton of CC to set up any follow-up damage. And TS thinking they could do that dragon scot-free from the fact that their mid and bot were pushing, but didn't matter. Beishang spotted it out. Everyone's able to move over. And I don't think this is a big hit to TS by any means, right? It's just one Drake, it's Cloud. It doesn't matter too much. But still, good win for the side of WE.
The top esports, just on that note, 500 goldie through that individual lane advantage.
I love that we have 2 calls coming out on the side of TS.
Yeah.
369 picking one up as well. Just looking to get the most out of these laning phases.
You know what? Every time 369 plays Renekton, it's always SKT Renekton, I've noticed. It's his favorite skin.
I like the smug look on his face in the picture.
He's always, he has a cheeky smile, I'd say. 369, remember, second year playing here in the LPL. Jomong actually going to get hooked on in, has to cleanse. Didn't stand behind missing in that trade and just gets half health.
Now, we're in an interesting position where TS bot lane have pushed so they can rotate for the Herald first. We haven't seen them rotating for Herald this series, I'm sorry. So I don't expect them to do that. TS also the pushing top laner, so Karsa could theoretically go start that up himself. But we've seen what happens when Beishang spots that out and Teacher Ma is able to follow. I don't expect that TS wins the top side 3v3 right now.
Oh, okay. Well, Morgan is coming back to lane. There is a ward right in front, so 369 going to have to clear that away first before we think about it. With the clear going towards top side for Karsa.
369 starting it? Oh, it looks like he was just clearing a ward.
Clearing the control ward in front, yeah.
I was going to say, that is super respectable.
Respectable?
Yeah, if he was bold enough to do that.
Man, just on a note while we're watching bot missing has been a bit slower on the timings here for the Unbreakable. So still getting poked down with Jackie Love after the fact. Sorry to put my own name in. As we got ourselves a big lead that you talked about in the bottom lane through CS. Serrated Dirk there as well, and the damage coming through with BF Sort. For Jomong as his first back.
But moving over to tonight's items and what we just saw, having Tier, having Sheen, and having Blue Buff, he is able to match Teacher Ma's clear so easily, just being able to constantly spam out these spells.
Interruption. Oh, the turret blocks it. That's kind of bogus as Jackie Love gets traded back. And Jomong has to be praised because that's good placement.
Yeah, that's very good placement coming out from him. And again, we've seen him struggling in these past few games, but ooh, might see him struggling again. No, this time he does know his limits. He does walk away, knows that TS are pushing the wave into him, and he doesn't have to be too greedy.
But I mean, missing backed away. Jomong has no support here. The wave pushing in. Jackie Love's already at a 20 CS advantage here. He's already picked up one bit of plating. Yu Yanjia with his ability to demolish us. On a minute. That was, you could see that. Jomong coming back into wave to clear it away before the second turret plate goes down.
And talking about scaling, actually, let's ignore scaling. Because we have Beishang starting the Rift Herald, which is way more interesting. And once again, we haven't seen TS care too much about Herald this series. And they're again saying, well, it doesn't matter. You can have that. We are playing for the long game. We have this quirky scaling in the mid lane.
So you did talk about scaling in the end anyway. Because if we just, while Herald gets picked up here, if we do get to a point of 40+ minutes, Where are we at?
I actually like WE's comp, like for once out of all these Galio comps, because you have the Camille who's going to become a huge monster in the side lanes. You have Camille who could look for the flanks or even just straight up engages with E Flash to get on the carries, and Aphelios is going to do so much damage as compared to Jackie Love on the Lethality Varus.
Okay.
So scaling, I favor WE.
Especially if Morgan can get a bit of gold here with Teacher Mar beside him, Rift Herald there. They're going to share it, but still, Morgan's lane is open. And this Camille is actually kept up in CS too. Teacher Mar pushing forward, enabling this inner turret push to come through. No one here to contest. Big minion wave.
Ooh, yeah. TS just falling so far behind on the rotation. You're slowly hearing the silver scrapes just getting closer.
Hasn't lost on Galio, by the way. Keep that in the back of your mind. Morgan does manage to get out with a hook shot, wall shot in the end, and in a turret to drop as well. 1K gold lead here for WE at 11 minutes in the game.
And like you said, we didn't see Morgan fall behind in the laning phase. We didn't see 369 actually trying to set up any sort of like freeze on his side of the lane with Karsa ganking. Karsa this whole series has been so focused on just farming his jungle. I guess last game he was shadowing mid a lot, enabling Knight to do well.
Yep.
But it's been all about the more mid-game picks that Karsa's been trying to play for.
But I like the note of you mentioning how to shadow Knight, right? Because that has kind of been the game plan throughout. Where Knight at this game, you know, he's been shadowed a little bit as well. He's in a good position. He has package though. So not much he can do there. Morgan coming in looking for an opportunity with Trinity Force also to note.
Yeah, I feel like Morgan could have been a bit more aggressive with that play, probably not feeling like he could because look at bot side River. It's all covered in TS wards, so...
Teacher Mar walking into this though, box is down. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike kicked on back here. Shield of Drain helps. He just as punches away, but that's the third ulti used. They get first blood here, but TP coming through, missing ults over the wall. Morgan now, remember that Trinity Force is big. Teleport coming in to support top esports. And WE, they're sending Beishang in. Sonic Wave again. He flashes away. Karsa in a bad position. Jolmung picks up the kill while meanwhile, Morgan here still has the flash and ulti available. Dodges away from the piercing arrow versus 4. He comes on in hard. It's a double kill. WE are going to find a third. Morgan gets that one here. And now top on the verge of getting ace at 13 minutes. 369 flashes away. It's a double-double, and Top are now in trouble.
And this is not what you can afford to have happen as TS's game with the two big scaling threats from WE picking up those kills. Morgan already has a Triforce, going to be able to back with more gold in his pockets. And this is not looking good for TES.
I thought that was going to turn on a dime. I thought Top esports were the ones to find Beishang.
I mean, they were in a pretty awkward position, right?
Yeah,
they were
true.
stuck in WE's jungle. Karsa forced to go in to try and save Knight, ends up getting blown up himself, and then, again, nowhere for you to run.
Feels like WE finding a bit more footing. Because I'm going to be honest, Game 2 and Game 3 looked like a blowout. And after this, I thought Teacher Mar was caught out too.
And here we see them going for this pick on Teacher Mar. Teacher Mar not having a fun time in the side lane. We finally see Knight starting to head over, but missing is already here. And this is where, on our screens, we don't really see it, but Knight gets caught out. Thank you, observers, for showing it. Karsa forced to kind of go in and help, gets chunked out, and now you're left in this position where Morgan on one side, the rest of WE on the other. You have nowhere left to go.
Top esports corner down, and I guess on that point, Lyric, using the 3 ults for Teacher Mar on the Galio really bites them in the butt at the end.
Well, and the big thing, too, is how much time Teacher Mar was able to buy at first, right? They tried to get the pick. They weren't able to. He did flash away, and it gave WE enough time to collapse, and Knight probably not taking the best route.
1,600 gold. Holy moly.
And it's spread pretty evenly, but nice to see 450 of that onto Morgan.
Yeah. I mean, Morgan already had the Trinity Force from that fight, from the first fight we saw towards top lane, or rather push, I should say. Now has the Tiamat. Big Camille in the side lane. Also, Jolmung in that last fight picked up a double. Infinity Edge now in hand. And Teacher Mar to help facilitate it, even though he died. In a way, the play started with him.
Yeah, but the scary thing now is no one can match Morgan in a side lane.
Yeah.
Knight can't, this is not last game, right? Knight cannot come and try and solo kill Morgan. 369 is not feeling safe, and Morgan even picking up this Tiamat. I don't think his role is to even hard commit to the split push, right? It's about getting on the map, finding the picks onto Jackie Love and Knight, and Teacher Mar following up, and Jolmung as well having a ton of AoE as the Aphelios.
Just like coming out of their shell once again here for WE. I just want to reiterate, Lyric, Game 2 and Game 3 especially, weren't that exciting. Top Esports just stomped on the heads of WE. And WE now playing one of their compositions that they were more successful with. It's good to see them having more of a say here in this game. Doesn't mean Top Esports are out just yet, but you talk about how hard it is to match a 3K gold lead at this point for WE needs to be noted.
2 points to what you just said. One, the last 2 games were super exciting if you're a Top Esports fan.
Oh, of course.
And 2, not even one of their relatively successful comps on WE's side this time. It is a comp that is undefeated. So, feeling like you're in a great place if you're WE. Again, it only goes up from here with this Camille, as well as the Aphelios. You already have a 3K gold lead. Herald coming up now, Infernal Drake up also in 20 seconds, and WE have full control of the map.
Control of vision bottom side. You can see JackieLove and Yuanja are moving towards it now, but WE slow to collapse in as well. Galio, remember, doesn't have to be that close. Has the ultimate available level 11. Dragon up in 5.
Yep, and I like the fact that WE are choosing to go for Dragon instead of Herald. Herald doesn't matter, that is fleeting. Your way up towards an Infernal Soul will last all game.
Okay. You already have the Cloud in hand for the 10% cooldown reduction. No one there inside of Top Esports.
And for top, things are looking bleak. You need to find some kind of pick with Chains of Corruption or a death sentence from one of the members of WE kind of mis-rotating around the map, or you hopefully kind of sit mid under your tier 2. The members of WE try to make a push and you just outpoke them. You do have a Lethality Varus and a Corki, but again, if WE are correctly putting pressure in the side lane, gonna be very hard for you to just stack members mid.
They're doing that right now. You can see the Galio's up there getting the shove in wave while Rift Herald number 2 gets taken down here. Even on awards, it's just Top Esports have to pay the respect through Knight here. As you can see, he's up in the top lane, receiving the wave. Herald down. There's still a mid turret to take.
And Morgan does have ultimates.
Hook shot, wall shot into JackieLove. Hextech Ultimatum, he gets pulled on back. The ultis come through. That's coordination we're talking about. WE with yet another.
And we don't even need Galio for that play. I also love that Morgan just wasn't trying to farm bottom and put himself at risk of, if Top Esports went for a dive, just take Herald, walk mid as a unit, find the pick, and now they can just drop this and try and force down this turret. But instead, Beishang wants to go crap.
Knight has package as well, so maybe the threat here from the Corki, and now it's Trinity Force and Muramana could be real. As Jomon clues the wave and backs away himself. Kasa getting in position with 369 now joining towards mid. The potential for bot. Where do they go? They're going to make the play.
They're going to look for it, but if Morgan does have his E up, does look like he actually just used it on the mini-map, he should be fine.
Going to find Beishang at the very least. Morgan backing in an awkward position. He already used the hook shot, walk shot to get out of this one. This Fed Camille is shut down by the person you don't want to give gold to.
And that was really awkward because we saw him actually running away. We saw on the minimap, looks like he did use that hook shot, but instead going for that awkward back, just assuming that TS will back off, and, well, they didn't. Does give that shutdown over, and Knight is the member, not only just for who he is on the team, right? Even being the Corki, he's the one who needs to show up on this champion.
What did we say in previous games? WE showing holes in the armor, right? And that time around, Morgan definitely coming through. It's JackieLove. Okay, white flag up. He goes the opposite way. He knows the Galio's coming in. He flashes away. Chains Corruption doesn't land, but Yuanja pulls in, missing here. Who underneath turret, Top Esports will survive. The poke to follow up. The fact that they survived the dive is great for Top.
Yeah, great flash, especially from JackieLove. Would have been pretty tragic if he died after spamming that emote, but he doesn't. He survives. But WE are the ones with full pressure going into TS's jungle.
And now they're going to find Kasa. Okay, Winter's Bite to pull him up, but they won't find the kill from it. Jomong stays towards mid lane while 369's going to flush on him as well. Gravitum available here. Redemption to heal him back up. He burns his own cleanse. Things are getting tense in the mid lane. 5 versus 5. We're going to continue, or rather 4 versus 5 with Morgan down bot.
But still, 369 just blew a flash and his ultimate only for a cleanse from Jomong. So overall, favorable trade for WE.
Very true. And he's big. I mean, Renan's Hurricane now picked up. 3-0-2.
Right now, we're probably at our biggest point for Top with the fact that Knight went this Spirit Mana Triforce build. It does spike right now at 2 items. And of course, JackieLove did go to the Lethality Varus, but you just don't have a way to actually pressure the map as TS is comp.
They're pushing up against the turret caster behind them, however. Meanwhile, the poke comes through, and here comes Morgan. Jackie Love in a world of hurt here against the turret. They need one more hit, and it's Morgan to finish the final blow. As Yu Yuanjia flashes away, Beishang after him, hook shot, wall shot. And Caster now caught out too with a Hextech ultimatum. Knight's on another side of the map. 369 can't find his way in, and Herald breaks open the base.
And this is just great coming in from WE. At first, we see it that Galio not following up on the Camille, but it turns out they actually don't need him. They have enough damage. They're just going to head towards Baron.
Getting closer and closer towards a game number 5 here for our first silver scrape. Jackie Love, however, has TP. Yu Yuanjia's coming up as well. How quick is the Baron going down?
And this is where they need their huge AoE poke coming out from Corki and Jackie Love to win this fight.
TP in, 369, doesn't have the ulti just yet, waiting on the timer. Whoa! Baron is stolen by Jackie Love. The AoE you talked about, 369's going to find one for Knight. The Galio comes in with the hero's entrance, but Teachama now has to leave as well. The slowdown with the hail of arrows. The poke comes out, and this is WE falling into the pit. Knight is going to take on 1 versus 2. Jomung heals up with Severum. Subjugate there. Beishang has no mana, though, to slow this down. And although 2 survive, the Baron from Jackie Love pulls Top Esports back in.
And Jackie Love showing his worth on this team, doing so much in that Baron 3v5, picking up the Baron, getting the kills, and now allowing Karsa to head straight towards the Dragon. Silver Scrapes kind of taking a few steps back.
Oh, at the very least. Top Esports have now got more kills on these carries. Things are getting concerning here now, especially with the Baron in hand.
And going forward, what we need to see from TS is they need to...
Okay, no, Top Esports are going to run away from this one. Remember, there is Morgan with home guards kicked away by Caster, and that's going to be the end of the play.
An important thing to... Actually, let's ignore that. Let's look at this fight because it's 3v5. Great piercing arrow coming in from Jackie Love.
Didn't have smite.
Unfortunate for Beishang. 369 then jumping forward. We've already mentioned all the AoE coming out from these 3 members of TS. Galio going in, trying to buy time. Not very inherently tanky on the Galio. You still do get whittled down from this Vars. Another great arrow coming through and they win the fight, but now we need to see TS pushing out the side lane, grouping up as 5, trying to create the siege. The thing you need to watch out for is 1, flank wards. So we need to see great sweepers coming in from TS. And 2, just really need to be careful of Morgan with his E-Flash ultimate because then Teacherma will be able to follow up so well.
They're still pretty fed here on the side of WE, but Knight here with Baron in a side lane with rapid fire cannon. Yu Yuanjia might be caught out. Pillars down from Beishang, almost finding missing with the hook. Top Esports in this choke wall. Look at where Knight is with the wave.
I do want to say, though, that TS's comp does take a lot more finesse. There isn't room for error when you have these pushes because, again, when it comes to that Hextech ultimatum, it's so easy for Morgan to get on top of you.
Package in hand. Knight has the poke package to get back into lane instead, bringing WE towards this bottom side wave. 5 members of Top Esports here. Graviton with the Moonlight Vigil lands. Duck Passage laid down to bear, but the pillar is as well. The flash there with the hook going in. 369 goes into dominance while Jomong in the backlines here is damaging down, but the Chains of Corruption from Jackie Love did so much work. Losing a member is WE. Top Esports with a man advantage.
I just want to know why Morgan and Teachama never use this combo. We haven't seen it once.
Death Sentence lands on Yu Yuanjia Morgan in the backline here, finally. The engage comes through. 3-man knockup. Teachama doesn't get the shield of Duran. Casts a Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike not going to be used. In fact, at the last moment, he goes on in to die as well. But Knight picks up the kill. Morgan is about to die to this Corki as well and has to run. Death timers are massive.
This actually might be able to be the series, but Jomung is still healthy. Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I apologize. Not at this point. And
you're hyping me up, man.
For what has been
a
pretty back and forth series, is Top Esports now taking control at the final moment?
First of all, again, great push coming out from TS. They are a poke comp, so not going to see much happen with that package, but as long as you're able to stand in front of you, we see good things happening. But why are WE not using this Camille Galio combo? Waiting to use it once Missing is already dead, and we saw the fight ended up being pretty close, even if it was only a 4v5.
Top Esports with the gold lead once again. Infernal Soul, not going to be acquired in the next one, but 2 minutes to find out who fights for this dragon. Now, Knight is what I care about here in this game, because frankly, he is so strong. 25 minutes, 290 CS. Knight hasn't backed yet. He'd be sitting on so much gold here, Lyric. And Jackie Love with 3 lethality items once again. So, we're at another point here in this series where gold is just about even. In fact, okay for Top Esports in the lead. And the Baron is going to be spawning in 1:30.
Yeah, the good thing for the side of TS is that Morgan does not have his flash anymore, so you're going to feel really good for TS coming in. Sure, Knight doesn't have it either, but at least he has the Valkyrie.
Sorry, is he caught out? Teachima has shielded Duran, but they can't close the gap onto this Lucian.
Both AD carries, though, do have both summoners available. Jackie Love's TP about to come out right now. Okay. So you're going to have some wiggle room with repositioning in these fights.
Jackie Love with Edge of Knight as well. Makes it hard to try and kill this AD carry.
He also has Stopwatch.
Ooh, yes,
oh, both ADs have Stopwatch.
I mean, we're preparing for the potential last fight, right? Stopwatch important. Could make or break this series. Single elimination comes down to this. As Top Esports, the pillars up again. Morgan not going to be spotted out. Hook shot, walk shot available.
We need to see WE go in unison. Morgan using that ultimate with Galio jumping in while Beishang and Missing walk forward.
Predator used by Teacher Ma with Proto Belt. But that's actually a big cooldown at this point, remember. And Top Esports are going to find Beishang. I mean, he's just caught out. On top goes Morgan again. The Galio ult's going to come into a choke. It might be okay, but the Camille's dead as well. Teacher Ma now left on an island with a great kick flash from Karsa. And WE go to their death. What a way to finish the series, because WE say we had enough. We're just going to die.
And looks like they're just going to go straight for the end. Death timers are so long right now. Knight going for the TP.
I mean, the expectations were that Top Esports would be the better team on the day. But WE set up in this game, and Top aren't even ending it.
They keep baiting me hysterically. Go for the TP. It looks huge, but they actually don't have the pushing power, so I'm kind of baiting the fans, but they do get the Baron.
I think we're all just baited. This has been a perplexing series, to say the least. As our quarterfinal looks to be getting towards an end, this Baron will not be contested, that's for sure. And Top Esports have a big gold lead here in this game number 4 at 28 minutes.
But WE making the right call, recognizing, hey, they can't go and stop the Baron. They need to go and get this dragon first, not let TS get to soul point. So at least going to get something off the back of that.
So the game goes on. The game goes on. WE can still find that fight.
Yep.
I think we're going to have a deep dive on
Here,
this one.
We wanted to see WE go in as a coordinated unit. They don't do that. Beishang walks too close, gets bursted down right away. We see a great stopwatch coming out from Jackie Love. Knight in such a great position can land all his poke consistently. And we've already said that WE doesn't actually have a real front line, right? Trundle, not that tanky, not stealing any meaningful stats from anyone. Braum is a bit big, but again, not like something like an Ornn or a Maokai or a true tank.
Yep. We come back to Summoner's Rift though live, and with Baron in hand, Inhibitor turret in the mid lane getting threatened here. Morgan looking for a flank, but spotted out with some good vision for Top Esports. And right now, Top Esports look like the better team in this series. Easy to say that now, but after all is said and done, WE on their deathbed, they need that fight that looks easier to make as Jolmon gets poked on out. Aphelios still in Aphelios things, but Knight is doing Knight things here. This guy's massive.
He's full build.
This is a Muramana Trinity Force Corki late game with lethal tempo. As Top Esports are stopping in the mid lane here, trying to poke out. Wave getting dissipated. Hook lands again. Looking for the final fight of the series to move into the semi-finals against Invictus Gaming. The team everyone thought would be winning this one as Jolmon with the hook, the successful hook. Top Esports running in yet again. Here comes Teacher Ma and his undefeated Galio, but seems to be falling fast as the rest of Top Esports are relying on Knight, the savior here, as now the Galio ult's going to be used, but GA for Knight means his Corki is coming back alive. Golden to save time, but in the end, Morgan 2 will die with Jolmon getting flashed on. A double for Knight.
And Knight fearlessly flashing forward to end this game.
And end this series, right, Lyric? This has been topsy-turvy, but another 3-1
And Top Esports, the 4th seed, will move forward into the semi-finals here in the LPL 2020 Spring to face off against Invictus Gaming once again.
And the LPL 3-1 curse continues, but feeling good on the side of Top Esports. And Top Esports versus IG, excited for that for many reasons.
Regional final rematch, right? And a game that went to all 5 here, as we expected here in this series. And I think there's a lot to really balance with WE and Top Esports from what we just saw. Because at this point, WE were like, okay, we're going to take this to a game 5. We saw elevated solo lanes and a big Joe Mung once again. But it didn't mean anything in the end for Top Esports.
No, and it was looking really good on the side of WE. We talked about how we favor the scaling from WE because it should feel pretty good for Camille to be able to bring in this Galio and go in as a coordinated unit. But guess what? We actually never saw that.
No, we didn't. We saw one fight towards the end, but it was still very, very late, right? And Morgan was so far ahead, we never saw him in the side lane, demanding attention, and Teachama following him up. So that is disappointing for WE, you got to say.
And it's actually pretty funny because every time we see them run this comp, they actually never use it as a way to set up Galio to go in. Galio always just runs in with the Predator and kind of does that himself. We never really see him use the ultimate. And now when they build this comp where he is able to do this, they look very unpracticed.
Yeah, surprisingly so. First loss here for the Galio for the mid lane. So that's it for WE. We'll see them again in summer. And I mean, the way this series started off was WE favored. A game 1 that they managed to fight back in. They looked coordinated. The shot calling was good. It felt like we had a really strong series on our hand. Then game 2, game 3, Top Esports just spanked them. And then game 4 here, the comeback was a little bit too easy for Top Esports.
Well, I was going to say, we have seen WE take gold leads not only in this game, but also the last game. But again, always struggling to close it out and stay on the same page. Like, they weren't clutch, right? In the moment it mattered was when they weren't on the same page.
But this was a very different beast, right? We wanted to see how WE would face off against a team like Top Esports because they're different to E-Star. E-Star are a new team in the LPL, and it's not about how solo lanes can affect. It's not about how the laning phase affects their game. Whereas Top Esports, win lane, win game mentality seemed a bit much for the players in game, especially game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, and again, we just saw them outclassed across the board on the side of WE. Knight having an amazing series. Jackie Love also doing very well. I feel like maybe the only member that we need to see step up a bit more going into IG is someone like Karsa. He did have some good plays, but again, this is not the same Karsa we saw last year, but there were good moments.
There were really good moments. I mean, again, the Divine 3 needs all 3, right? So if you're talking Jackie Love and Jackie Love and Knight, that's 2 out of 3. And against IG, that's going to be the defining factor, especially when you're going up against someone like Luyan, who's been playing with IG all season long, or Ning, we don't know yet. But Top Esports, you have to say, all things considered, I know I was personally, throwing things at WE all series long, but Top Esports did play that series quite well. It's good to see Top Esports kind of in charge. They just have to take it to that next level of consistency and betterness against IG.
I was going to say, so we don't see their perfect game score hold up, but they are still undefeated in series. With Jackie Love, this team has not dropped the series. They're still looking scary, and they're still a dark horse for the championship overall.
I mean, you look towards this team, they have all the members to do so, right? And 369 in the end as well, when he actually got to play through some of these lanes, which, ironically enough, he would have hated Morgan in Game 4 again. And all the attention up top side. 369 did showcase some of his better moments as well.
Yeah, both doing quite well, but I'm actually happy with 369 this series, especially when we got to see him on his Ornn and just doing very well at playing around the weak side. And even when he got put on the Jace, it didn't necessarily feel like it was his fault in that game. He got almost no attention coming out from Karsa, and he made the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, that's very, very well said. I want to come back to Top Esports in a moment. Let's sign off WE for the season because this was a surprising season. All things considered, making it through first round into quarterfinals is still a good good finish.
I'd say it's great. Let's be honest. They came in with this roster. They brought in Joe Mung. They had Plex, took him out, brought in Teachama. No one's ever heard of Teachama.
That's right.
Have Morgan, who a lot of people are hyped for, but still, I think most people saw this roster and thought, okay, it's going to be somewhere between like 11th and 15th. Not going to be the worst team in the LPL. Not going to be competing for playoffs. Getting to the first round and beating a team like E-Star, who is really dominant, is massive.
They found a play style they worked with, that they moved with, and it's good that WE showed us something, especially when we're going to a Worlds now in summer, where
where 4 LPLCs
yes.
are going to Worlds because we are the best region in the world, right?
Of course.
Thank you so much. I just need your
We aren't
confirmation.
crowning an LPL champion here. We're crowning pretty much the MSI champion.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And then the World's champion for this year as well.
Right.
So you know, we gotta look ahead. But hey, in this game, we look towards Knight because Knight really good game players. Well, Knight, the best player, hasn't been to Worlds with 4 seeds. We're talking about the potential of someone like Knight eventually making it finally to the world stage. And this game, his Corki was just so good.
He was also the key member just by the fact that he was put on the Corki, having ways to maneuver around these team fights, escape the likes of Camille and Galio, but he executed it perfectly. We see here, again, he went for a pretty kind of greedy start, getting that mana crystal and then the call, but he made full use of it, carrying in these later fights.
We talked about his lane. There was never a time when he was behind. He's always keeping up and then drove ahead in CS. Look, 344 at 30 minutes in the game with 6 kills.
He had a 3-item advantage.
Yeah.
It's 3 items. That's massive.
I mean, with the scaling potential and with one of the most expensive items in Trinity Force as well, right? So that's pretty insane to see. And we got towards this last fight where WE on their last legs tried to hold back top esports, but at that point, it seemed to be too late with Jackie Love behind Knight as well, who needs to be complemented with Knight in this series because the two of them worked hand in hand quite a lot.
And 42% damage is so massive. Not really unexpected from how that game panned out, but again, Knight looking great. And now that they're looking towards IG, who, in my opinion, really is the skill check team for if you want to win an LPL championship, you need to at least meet IG on the individual skill level. We at least know Knight has never been afraid to walk into someone like Rookie.
Yeah, remember last time we saw Knight versus Rookie was fun, but it was also 369 versus the Shy, which was a lot of fun to watch as well. So that'll be the matchup coming up in the next semi-finals, or at least the first semi-finals, we should say. Left side of the bracket, of course, is where we are right now. And Top Esports setting up another legacy with a 3-1. The dream run stops right there. We don't have a JDG here in spring.
No, it looked kind of possible after game 1, but that balloon got deflated pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was popped, I'd say, at the perfect time. And look, we go forward here for Top Esports and we say, who you versus next? Well, IG. But also, let's not forget, playoffs continue every single day of this week.
True. We
don't stop.
We have an exciting matchup tomorrow as well.
Yeah, let's bring that bracket up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where we're at, because today, now we know what our left side of the bracket looks like with our top 4 teams awaiting the final series of the quarterfinals, which is going to be FPX and EDG. That's tomorrow coming up, and EDG made a stomp, a note, I should say, against RNG. Now they're going to do the same against FPX.
And I love it because we have a team that thrives in the early game against our de facto late game team fighting kings in EDG.
You got to remember that EDG last year was one of their worst years. It was their worst year in history. They want to bounce back on that here, especially in spring, to make the run up. But FPX are world champions from last year, so that's going to be a mission. We'll see. I wonder if it's Khan or Gimbyun. That's going to be a big question.
Look, that doesn't matter. What's exciting is, again, maybe sometimes Mako doesn't show up in the best form, but Mako versus Crisp is always a matchup that I'm excited for.
I mean, I'm looking towards mid, right? If you want to talk about a matchup, Doomby versus Scout, these guys play a lot of champions. It's a lot of fun to watch, especially since they actually both play a lot of Diana in solo queue. So that's kind of fun as well. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. That's coming up. That's another quarterfinal. So far in the LPL playoffs, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. We've had some good series. I think this one has been the most back and forth within the games itself, though.
No way. Yesterday's. I think RNG, EDG.
RNG, EDG?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Look, maybe it's because you knew RNG would falter in the end, but it was back and forth.
Today was interesting, though. That was interesting. WE gave it their best effort, but Top Esports prevailed. Semi-finals, that'll be coming up in a couple of days for you. But for now, we're going to take a break. Thank you so much to Lyric for joining with me and dealing with me as usual. Thank you to our English production team. It is bye for now, but not forever.
While you put your jacket on and promise that you'll take before you're gone. I wish you'd turn just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize?